हाँ ये कर दो।
competencies. So how did this begin? NSTC was formed and SSCs and NHDC got together, and the focus was to start creating occupational standards what the industry critically required. Therefore, NSDC and the industry worked together to bridge the huge gap between demand for professionalized people and the scarce supply of workforce. Skills needed to be more clearly and precisely defined, and who would be the best person to do it? Indeed, the industry, so that the delivery of training programs as well as the assessment arrangements could give greater emphasis to practical skills during training programs. Therefore, for raising employable manpower, the industry steered the government for introductions of skilled training, and to do this in 2009 the first step was taken and development of occupational standards emerged on the scene. So NSTC was formed, as I said earlier, for skill development in India to bridge that enormous deficit for demand between the demand and the acutely scarce supply of skilled workforce. NSTC's mandate is to skill 150 million people by 2022. This is about one third of what the government requires to do, which is skilling of about 500 million people by 2022. We are not far away from it. We are already in 2014. And NSTC has been playing a very critical role so as to meet this requirement. So what does NSTC, how does it function? National Skills Development Council supports initiatives of its partners, the industry, in need of trained employable people for high growth sectors by development of occupational standards pertaining to a job role in those sectors. There are several job roles even in the unorganized sectors that are also promoted and for which qualification packs are also in the making. Based on industry parameters, NOS enable training organizations and assessment bodies to tune their training programs, and NSTC expects training organizations and assessment bodies to respond to these standards and the defined competencies in every job role by providing learning and assessment programs. for the defined competencies in every job role. It may be important here to understand a job role in the context of NSQF, which is a fairly new system based on competency based model of education leading to employment, and this framework is intended to be more responsive to the skill demand of the industry. I will very briefly familiarize you with a job role with respect to a sector and its subsectors. So we'll take the example of the health industry and assume that it has four subsectors, namely the diagnostic services, hospital administration, academic, and sales and medical device industry. So there are 10 levels of the framework, and the industry is in need of equipped manpower for various levels. However, it is typically focusing on the entry level at the moment. If we were to take an example from the construction industry, to be able to understand in very easy terms these levels, and then we'll move on to the example from the health sector. So there are people who come from villages and they work at various construction sites. Some of them are doing skilled jobs, while some of them are doing unskilled jobs. There are some also who are doing semi-skilled jobs. Let's understand the distinction between unskilled and semi-skilled and skilled jobs. So at a construction site, we have a person who loads on his head a couple of bricks and offload. He picks them up, loads them on his head onto a tray, and then goes and offloads them. He is regularly doing this job, but has not been trained earlier to do it. He has watched someone do it who explained it to him. So he picks up a load and he walks a certain distance and then he goes and offloads. So typically this role could be equated to an unskilled worker's role. And if we were to look at it in the context of NSQF, it would be it would it would probably it would align to level 1, which is unskilled. So from level 1 to level 2, this person moves ahead and he's been doing this job for some time. He's a little acquainted with what he's required to do, what he's expected to, and he watches all that is going on at the construction site. Yet he is kind of unskilled, but he has acquired some know-how of picking up bricks and offloading them. So this would be level 2. And level 3 would be semi-skilled, where this person has moved ahead and he has acquired some more skills of working at the construction site, he has started mixing cement and for creation of mortar to be used at the building site. So he's semi-skilled by now. He has a certain range of experience. However, he doesn't have too much responsibility. And he's working with a helper mason and perhaps a mason who he regularly assists in various tasks at the construction site. Then this person, on a day, he realizes that the mason has had to go somewhere, and the bricks are lying there, the cement is lying there, and it's all ready to be for preparation of a wall. And he's been watching the mason do all this. He's been watching the assistant mason help the mason do it. So he's curious, and he decides to take a plunge and start laying the bricks, help develop the wall. So over a period of time, what has he done? He has, by watching and being at the construction site, he has slowly learned the skill of laying bricks on a wall for preparation of a wall. So this is how an unskilled worker charts his journey from an unskilled role to a skilled role. In the context of the example from the health industry, if we were to create a progression path for a job role, we could look at this example. So a level 3 job role would mean a phlebotomy technician working in the diagnostic services, and he will move on to become a laboratory technician, which means that he has acquired some skills. As he moves on, acquires more skills and gains more experience, he'll become a senior lab technician, and then he moves ahead to become a lab manager, and so on and so forth. So if we were to look at the subsector of hospital administration, a level 4 job holder would be called a junior lab technician, who would move on to become a senior lab technician and then become a lab manager. In terms of academics, as I see a lot of you are academicians here, a person would be a tutor or a trainer, would become a lecturer, senior lecturer, a vice principal, and move ahead to become a principal. In terms of the sales medical device industry, a semi-skilled person would be a basic sales executive who would, when he has acquired the skills, he would become a senior sales executive, become a regional sales manager, a zonal sales manager, and a head of sales, rather the head of sales. Just to elaborate a little more on the NSQF levels, the first level would be a person who is prepared for repetitive tasks, as I said, in the construction industry, who's had no previous experience at all, and therefore he has no responsibility. He always works under continuous instructions and close supervision of a person. A level 2, also unskilled, but he has carried out these processes that are repetitive and has a little understanding and more practice of doing that job over and over again. However, he does not have any responsibility of working at the workplace, and he understands instructions, yet works under very close supervision. In the NSQF level 3, a semi-skilled worker would carry out a job requiring limited range of in-routine and predictable activities. He would work under very close supervision with some amount of responsibility because he has been carrying out that job, and he would have owned the work within specified limits. A skilled worker, on the other hand, would work in familiar, predictable, routine, and situation of clear choice with responsibility for his own work as well as of his own learning. Level 5 would be detailed as a supervisor who requires well-developed skills with clear choice of procedures in a familiar context. So in the context of the construction industry, the senior mason would be the supervisor. And the supervisor, while we are discussing the NSQF level 5, would be responsible for his own work and would also be responsible for the learnings of the others, their work, and as well as their learning. So you see the gradual shift from responsibility for self to responsibility for others as well. And level 6 demands specialized skills and typically technical skill with a lot of clarity of knowledge and practice in a broad range of activities involving standard or non-standard practices. Such a person is responsible for his own work and learning and has complete responsibility for others' works and learning as well. We will just cover yet another level and not cover level 8, 9 and 10. So level 7 would be a senior supervisor requiring a command of wide-ranging specialized theoretical and practical skills involving variable routine and non-routine activities, will have full responsibility for output of group and development. So it's important to understand that the NSQF is a framework, while the industry has a very critical role in accurately describing the parameters required for functioning at a workplace through descriptive norms. NSTC provides the support system for this framework for skilling in India and will shape the future of standards as well. And these standards will be at par with international standards. As of now, the industry has the mandate to create occupational standards for 80% of entry-level workforce. So before we come to how draft standards are written and developed, sector skill councils work intensively on an occupational map for the sector. That is an integral part of this presentation. So if there are any questions, so far, for whatever we have covered till so far, I would like to invite some of these questions from you. So, to address that question very shortly, the these institutes the courses that the curriculum that these institutes will be offering will be aligned to the national occupation standards. They the rigor for practical skills to be imparted during these training programs would be enforced, thereby making the graduates from such institutes ready for jobs. So that is in the pipeline.
Hello.
I have put two questions to ma'am on behalf of all of you because of the fact that that must be worrying you. First question which I raised to her was that this national skill qualification framework which has been developed from 1 to 10 level, 5 level is related to the diploma, 7 level is related to the degree program, and it is the responsibility of the sector councils that they will prepare the occupation standard and give to the technical institutions to calibrate their program accordingly. My questions to ma'am was that if we see the diploma program or degree program, those programs not only have the professional components related to the occupation standards, but that includes certain core subjects also, that includes certain basic sciences and skills also, that includes certain engineering science and skills, and that includes humanities and management, and that also includes some non-formal education which develop or take care of the personal and social development of the students also. So while we are giving the idea of what is to be developed in the student as regard the professional requirement is concerned through the national occupation standards, we are how we are going to take care of the other aspects which are being developed in the regular institutions. This aspect has to be seen. And secondly, the people which will be prepared by the industry, they will be only getting the certification of the occupation standards competencies which are there.
Thank you, sir, for these questions. Very relevant, and they will very soon get covered in the course of session. As I said earlier, these institutes will be soon aligned, the curriculum of these institutes will be soon aligned to the occupation standards for uh, every job role in an occupation of the industry. And we do not have any questions from the center still so far.
So I'll request all centers to kindly be ready with your questions. So you can ask questions to the speaker, and by the time you get ready with the questions, I would like to ask a question to the speaker on behalf of all the 5 centers. Madam, in connection with the implementation of NSQF, there are large number of bodies which have been created. There's a National Skill Development Agency created at the national level. Then we have a National Skill Development Council. There are sector skill councils. Then there are skill knowledge providers. And also recently we have heard there's a National Skill Qualification Committee constituted at the national level now. I would request you to kindly clarify the kind of linkages which exist between these different bodies and as to how they really facilitate this implementation of NSQF. So I think so, having listened to answer of this question. Thereafter, you will have many other queries and you can then interact with the speaker. Could I request you to respond, madam? So be ready with your questions.
Thank you very much for that question, sir. So that is an interesting question, although I will not be able to address it because it is more at a policy level, and I would be happy to take any questions related to occupational standards and qualification packs. So I am assuming there are no questions from the centers. Have you got any questions?
So participants from different centers, they can ask questions pertaining to occupational standards and qualification packs. So the question which I asked earlier, maybe we got to seek answer to that question from some other expert, but there's definitely some confusion in my mind as well. So anyway, we'll continue, looking to the answer to that particular question. But if you have any confusion with regard to national occupational standard, as to how these national occupational standards and qualification packs work, so that's something which madam would like to clarify. So can we have any question from Raebareli? Any question from Raebareli? Or have you understood how exactly the national occupational standard work? Linkages between the job roles, occupational standard, qualification packs, and curriculum. Okay, let's go to Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic. Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic at Udaipur. Would you like to ask any question?
We are in the process to understand new introduction means how the present curricula of the engineering and polytechnic colleges will be modified or adjusted as per the this occupational standard. There will be any change in the present curricula of the syllabi or curricula of the
Could you repeat the question again, please?
see,
You are not very clearly audible here.
see, you have already, you have asked about the processes of the occupational standard. See, there is a curriculum in polytechnic and engineering colleges, and there would be a separate set of standards for the new level 1 to level 10. So how they would be incorporated in the present syllabus of the engineering and polytechnic? Would there be any change in the present curriculum of the polytechnic and engineering?
Madam, if I have understood the question properly, they are trying to find out. You see, there's already curriculum available in polytechnics. So how does this curriculum get linked with national occupational standard? You kindly clarify.
So that's a very valid question. And what we will do is we will take you through a journey of what is how an occupational standard is developed, and then we'll come to curriculum alignment with the occupational standards. So when I left, we were talking about how these occupational standards are set up. So we'll go to the development life cycle of occupational standards. So we're talking of the development life cycle. I'm sorry for the delay. An SSC is nominated and the body is formed with the required officials, and they then identify the industry in the sector. The SSC appoints a consultant who will then identify the job roles for developing national occupation standards. Then starts the major part of making an occupational standard, which is known as occupational mapping, that requires the consultant to research and interview various stakeholders in the industry to be able to gather information. So I will take you away from this presentation right now to show you an occupational map within the health sector. This will help us understand the need for of a sector in terms of the various occupations. So the development of occupational maps and career paths involves in-depth information from various stakeholders. In the case of health care sector skill council, there were inputs taken from subject matter experts across the industry through personal interviews, group discussions, experts from select organizations for all the subsectors, and that information was put together to understand job roles, develop occupational maps and career paths. I will show you a career path as well. For the typical job roles at all levels, entry, middle and leadership levels, so as to enable the vertical and horizontal career paths. We will come to the vertical and horizontal mobility within the sector and outside sectors also in a little while. So this research, coupled with live interviews from people and group discussions, helped to identify the key job roles in every occupation. And we will now understand how the list of entry job roles was created basis the map that was generated as a result of all the interviews. So if you were to look at the screen, here we have within the allied health industry, we have diagnostic. What are the kind of people, what are the kind of services that are required in diagnostic? So there was need for phlebotomy technicians, histotechnicians, medical laboratory technicians, radiographers, and cardiac care technicians. In the curative, as you will see on the screen, there were people required as counselors, as blood bank technicians, dialysis technicians, and moving right up to emergency medical technicians. In the non-direct care, people were required to handle equipment, which means that they were technicians, and they were health record technicians, going up to the general duty assistant in a health body. And in the rehabilitative subsector, there were junior physiotherapists required, then there were pathologists and audiologists required, leading us to the last subsector, which is the community related activities performed by diabetes educators and frontline health workers. This led to a list of job roles that were required by the health skill sector council to be able to arrive at, so what will these people in these job roles perform? When occupational standards specify the standard of performance and they become the benchmarks, it is a result of outcome of the functional analysis that follows the occupational mapping and which specify the performance and knowledge criteria required by a person. So what is performance and what is knowledge criteria, we will understand. This will help us to understand the various components of a qualification pack also, to which we will be moving very shortly. So what are the activities in each occupational standard that is required to be performed is what is known as the performance. And the knowledge attributes which help to perform the previous mentioned activities is the knowledge criteria in the component of the qualification pack. Now these performance and skills, they form the qualification pack required for a job role. We will move on further to understand more about functional analysis. So what does a function require? So what is a person required to do to perform a function? He begins, the first step when standards are written is to begin with the key purpose of the occupational area, and then there is need to identify the various tasks as to what will need to be done to achieve a key purpose, followed by the possible occupational standards as to what needs to happen to achieve every function. In this way, the health sector got inputs from occupational mapping, and then they conducted the functional analysis. On the basis of these three steps, and derive the outcomes that are required for any job role in which a person performs certain activities. So this is how the health sector identified 25 entry-level jobs, and now we will go back to the development cycle that we were working on a little while ago. Then the occupational standards are written within a specified format of occupational standards and qualification pack. We will just run through the next 3 steps and then we will come to talking about the qualification pack. Industry validation is required by the sector. So consultant writes down those, goes and discusses them with the different stakeholders in the industry and gets their approval on the defined occupational standards. Then NSDC conducts certain checks on these, followed by a qualifications registration committee, which is the apex body for finalizing occupational standards, comprising of SSCs and NSDC, and a validated occupational standard within, which means that validated occupational standards of QPs are then put up for public validation for about a month, so as to garner any feedback. If there is feedback, and requires correction, those are corrected, and then the standard is declared as the national standard and promulgated. So that is the journey of the occupational standard. Having done all this, where do we arrive is what we are going to talk about right now. And we will now look at an example qualification pack. While we are doing this, we will discuss every component of the qualification pack so as to get an understanding of what is the qualification pack and its various components. So what you see on the screen is a qualification pack of the Sector Skill Council called Telecom, and like in the case of other sector skill councils, there are subsectors of the telecom.
Hello, this is NIC. Hello, this is NIC Delhi. Slide is not visible. Slide is not visible.
The network quality management, and what we are seeing currently is the cover page of the qualification pack. So every qualification pack has a distinct identity. In this case, it is TE 6500. Q stands for qualification. and there is a brief description on the job of the fault management criteria. Then there are personal attributes that a person performing this job role is expected to have. We will then come to page 2 of the qualification pack. This is a summarized information of the QP. You get to read the pack identity, which is TELQ650, the name of the role, and in addition you'll notice there is a last review date and a next review date. So this means that a qualification pack, once it is prepared, is reviewed by the sector and by the industry after certain turnaround of training programs, so as to be able to improve upon it. Then there is a short description of the job role, a summary of it, and while this sheet reads NBQF and NBEQF, it is now mandatory to have NSQF level. This is the level 5, and the minimum qualifications are to be presented, and it is advisable to state that these qualifications are there is a prefix to it, preferably used. Yeah. And then there is the trainings that are required, the experience that is required, and now we come to the occupational standards that are applicable for this qualification pack. You'll see that there are 2 compulsory occupational standards, and their names are
Hello.
beginning with
And I see
NSQF,
Delhi
and the other one is
these are not visible.
NSQF, and there is a non-applicable optional occupation standard. So at this moment, I'd like, so there was a question a little while ago, and that on that people will be equipped with professional skills, but there are other informal skills that people require. So all the informal skills would perhaps be a part of the optional occupational standards. So there are 2 compulsory applicable occupation standards. We look at that.
Hello. Hello. This is NIC New Delhi. Madam, we are not in a position to understand any of the slides because visibility is very, very poor.
So we just informed that this presentation, the view quality of this presentation is not very good. We regret this. So what we'll do is we'll quickly go through this so that we can then cover some other stuff. So the unit code is called, the occupational standard is called 6500, and the title is Undertaking Fault Rectification. There are certain elements, certain tasks that this person is required to do to be able to undertake fault rectification. So what are those? So that person is required to respond to network alarms, raise alarms wherever required, conduct diagnosis from NOC location to identify the root cause of the fault, which you will see is reflecting in the element in the second column of the qualification pack. So all the unit tasks that are covered under scope are reflecting in the element, and the column next to it is the performance criteria, which details the criteria that this person is expected to meet to perform consistently in a job role. Since I have been told that the view is not very good, I'll quickly go through this. So apart from the core skills, there are the knowledge and understanding skills that are required. Then there are professional skills, and that brings us to the end of one occupational standard. We'll have to cut this short because of this poor quality. We'll go back to the SSCs that are in place and how they are contributing to creation of occupational standards along with NSTC. So there are 31 approved SSCs at the moment, and I will take you back to where we just finished. The SSCs are as you will see on your screens now, and we hope that the view quality of presentation is better. So there are 31 approved SSCs working as of now, and there are more with a very strong pipeline that will represent the priority sectors of the industry this year. In all, about 760 standards have been declared, although what you see on the screen as of March 31st is at 742. But as of now, that is July 2014, there are about 760 odd qualification packs that have been declared, comprising of almost 2000 plus occupational standards. And if you were to look at the screen again, you will be able to see 20 sector skill councils that are actively and rapidly developing occupational standards and qualification packs. The other question that was put to us was, what do we understand of curriculum and how do we align it to the occupational standards? So curriculum, as we all understand, is the interplay among standards, assessments, content, and instruction. And it defines the activities that students do in the classroom to be able to understand the knowledge.
Hello. Hello, sir.
देखिए वहाँ पे कुछ 4 समस्या भी खाने पड़ी सब जगह हुए सभी सेक्टर
Patient for while being there would be helpful.
रिफ्रेशमेंट चल रहा है बोलना पड़ेगा नहीं तो सब सेकंड को बोलना पड़ेगा क्या आ रहा है
Just to be able to recapitulate what we have done till so far, we started with the role of NSTC, the significance of sector skill councils and occupational standards, the basis of the NSQF framework. We then moved on to look at what is the qualification pack. Although I'm sorry, the view quality of that presentation was not very good, but I will just quickly help you recapitulate the important components of the qualification pack. There is a cover page which defines the integral components. Every QP has a distinct identity number. It talks about the sector to which the QP relates, the subsector, the job role, the personal attributes, and the job description of that. Qualification pack followed by the review date and the presentation date, which enables us to be able to review any qualification pack comprising of a set of occupational standards, giving us the scope for improvement as and when required by the industry. Then follows the occupational standards list. There are mandatory occupational standards, and then there could be an optional occupational standard as well. The occupational standards are then detailed. Every occupational standard has a certain scope defined for it, followed by the elements which replicate the scope, and the elements comprise of the performance criteria. There is a list of the criteria that the person holding a job role is expected to perform, and that defines what the job role is supposed to be. Every qualification pack has a couple of occupational standards. Then we started talking about community colleges and how alignment of training programs and training curricula is happening with the occupational standards. So that's as far as we have reached. We briefly touched upon the sector skill councils, the existing sector skill councils, and that there are many more in the pipeline. We looked at the list of occupational standards across sectors, and the number of occupational standards declared till so far is 2,200 plus. and about 760 qualification packs for entry-level job roles across 20 active sector skill councils. And some of these sector skill councils have already achieved creation of qualification packs to cover 80% of the entry-level workforce required by the industry. So there is a lot of work going on at, at the front of the sector skill councils along with NSDC to be able to prepare the required number of qualification packs for job roles. And the other thing that will be required is mapping qualification standards with the curricula. So there is an existing curriculum, as we already know, that needs to be aligned to the QP. We touched very briefly upon why it is required to align, because we will be able to then deliver training programs effectively and as per the requirement of the industry. And I briefly said that occupational standards are guidelines, they do not form the curriculum. So they are the foundation of any curriculum. Apart from this, aligning the curricula of courses with the QP NOS ensures that the trainees are being taught and assessed on what they are expected to learn about the respective industry. Therefore, the alignment process helps the training partners to think very critically about the curriculum, the instruction and assessments as they work to ensure that the trainees achieve the specified standards to be able to be employed by the industry. So this drive of developing competency-based curriculum encourages the inclusion of practical requirements of an employment. NOSes elaborate the level of competence required to perform productively in an occupation, and that description is in turn to develop a closely aligned curriculum for training programs so that the courseware is aligned to national occupation standards. We've already seen an occupational acuity. I will try and show it to you here. Maybe the quality in this presentation is better. So please give us a response and then we'll move on from here. So I've got another example here of an unarmed security guard in the Security Skill Council, and you will see that the occupation is guarding and the reference ID is SKS Q0101. And there is another component that has been added, mandated by the government, which is that the qualification pack has to be aligned to the NCO code. So the NCO codes are defined by the government, and in this case it is NCO 2004-9152.30. The job description is given on the cover page. We then go on to discuss the other components. So if the quality is better, I will just reiterate what I was saying here. Applicable national occupation standards are listed here, as you can see. SKS N001, sorry, 0001, right up to SKS N0011, which means that this qualification pack has 11 occupation standards, and that this is an NSQF level 4, and it describes the role of a guard who is designated to guard the premises and people by and protect them against theft, criminal acts, emergencies, fire, and other contingencies. Then the unit title is given, and then the scope is given, the performance criteria, the knowledge and understanding criteria, the skills required, and now we'll come to discussing the alignment of a curriculum with the QP norms. So there are two situations that you might face when you are aligning a course with qualification track and norms. One possibility will be that you will find a matching qualification track on the NSTC website when you click National Occupation Standards tab on the home page, which means that there is a QP existing, and you can align the curriculum with that QP, or you can restructure the curriculum if need be. There may also be a possibility that new job roles are generated, they are identified, and for that you will need to contact an SDC and the respective SC to be able to get a provisional approval for creating that qualification pack. The other possibility is that there is no QP because there is no sector skill council, in which case you will need a conditional acceptance for the specific job course that you want to create, along with endorsements of 3 prospective employers from the same sector. So we are almost at the last leg of this presentation, and we are talking of curriculum alignment with qualification pack. As you see on your screen are the key components: the National Occupation Standards, performance criteria, knowledge and understanding skills, and professional skills. So if you were to see on your screens, there are 5 columns in the lower part of the table, and this explains the module, the duration, the key learning outcomes, and the corresponding NOS title. So if you were to open the most recently updated training module, you will be able to populate these columns. You may need to create a column if it's required. Otherwise, you identify the sector skill council and you align the template from the QP from the NSTC website. The key learning outcomes are the objectives, and we'll quickly go through this. Are the professional criteria, the knowledge and the skills that are required, and the NOS code is what I explained was N0101. We have a sample of a customer care executive course that has been mapped. This is the top view, as you saw here, the top 8 rows here. These are filled, and the sector is telecom. The job role is a customer care executive working in the call center industry, and this is a view of an aligned customer care executive working at a call center. The 2 NOSes here are TEL NO100 and TEL 0101, and the topics are attending to or making customer calls, and the other one is the handling of customers' queries. The duration is 50 hours each, and the candidates, the learning outcomes that are expected of candidate are listed as the performance criteria 1 to 5 in the top row and 1 to 8 in the bottom row. So when you align these, as you just saw in the last screen, you will next move on to the delivery plan template. And as you see on your screens, so you have the serial number, you have the modules which are the NOSes, and then you have the session number, you have the objectives which are the key learning outcomes. The, in other words, the the performance criteria and the knowledge and skills. And then you have the training tools already which you are equipped with, and then the duration. There are a few guidelines that trainers must go through. Please visit the website, you will be able to get them. I just want to rapidly go through the state engagements that NSDC and SSC are currently engaging with. For NSQF, we have the Haryana and school boards, and then we have Karnataka. And for alignment of QPs, we are working with Ajivika Skills, UP Skill Mission, Delhi University, and the courses that are going on are in case of Ajivika Skills, it is the NIOS, and in case of UP Skill Mission, it is CBSE, Delhi University. And then there is tie-ups going on with the Department of Education, Technical Education of West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh. And as you will see on your screens, the alignment of community colleges curricula is happening, and centers of excellence are also part of the engagement, in addition to operationalization of upcoming ITIs. So this brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And I would like to thank NITTR for giving me this opportunity to be able to explain very briefly to you what is a qualification pack and the occupation standards comprising in an occupation pack. I'm afraid the view quality of the qualification pack was not up to the quality, as I'm told. If you have any questions, please write to NSDC, and we would be very happy to answer. Thank you.
Madam, I will just ask one question on behalf
Sure.
of the participants. See, in connection with skill development, when we refer to DGET's website or Ministry of Labor's website, we find there are almost 70 different sectors of Indian economy explained over there. And accordingly, there are curriculum worked out for different type of training programs. But when we refer to NSDC's website or AICT's website, they usually talk about 21 sector or so. In your presentation also, you were talking about 21 center. So I just want to find out, and it's for the benefit of all the participants, is there any convergence with regard to declaring these sectors from the viewpoint of Indian economy? Uh, and later on talking about sector skill councils. Now, which sectors or which categorization to be followed? Should we go as per the sectors described by NSDC, or should we go as per the sectors as explained on DGET's website? That is one query. The other query is with regard to, you see, the way training is being imparted at present. Right now, there are 17 ministries involved in skill development, and usually what happens is a concerned particular ministry sponsors a particular training program. It's given to a training institution. Training institution then evolves curriculum, and having evolved curriculum, they then start implementing it. So this is the present method of imparting training. Now, when NSDC has done so much of work, and now these all high suffering words, which many a time just go over our head. We heard about NSDC, then occupational standard, then ecosystem of skill development and all, and then linking, aligning of course, and even under our CGTP scheme, wherein almost 100 different type of trades are being offered. So we are now expected to switch over to NSQF framework, and we are being asked to align all our courses under the NSQF framework. Now, my request to you would be, please advise us as to how we should go and we should come out of this transitional phase. So the conventional system of imparting training, that has to be phased out, and we got to fit in within the new framework now. Now, how do we go about it? So that's what I would like you to have your brief comments on. How should this transition take place? Conventional is expected.
So, as you said, there were some jargons used in the presentation. I'll make it very simple. A qualification pack is a job description. An occupational standard is a function that a person performs in a job role. And these occupational standards will augment inclusion of practical skills within the training program, because these standards specify and are collated by the industry of what is their recurrent requirement and what do they foresee in the near future. Therefore, the practical skills will definitely get incorporated in these trainings. I hope that answers the second question. I have tried to simplify as much as I can on the these titles. I have tried to explain what is a QP and what is an occupational standard. In other words, the learning outcomes of any training program are akin to what an occupational standard is. So an occupational standard actually states what the learner will be able to do by the end of the training program. Therefore, the learning outcome is equivalent to an occupational standard, but it has been presented by the industry along with the academia this time, and therefore it is very current, and its currency is significant. Sorry. As regards your question on transition, so it is definitely a time-consuming exercise, but once we align our curricula with the occupational standards in terms of a qualification pack, the transition will happen on its own, and if there are some more workshops required, we could demonstrate them as well.
See, take for example 2 courses. One is 3 to 6 month course in plumbing, another one course in carpentry, and the different institutions, they have been imparting this training for years together. Now my question is, if these very institutions which are conventionally imparting the training, if they have to align their courses to NSQF, so how should they go about it? So that ultimately, rather than getting the present day certificate, they get this thing NSQF level 1 or level 2 certificate.
So
How should they go about switching over from the conventional method of training to the current?
So the foremost thing that needs to be done is to visit the NSDC website to see what are the qualification packs available for level 1 and level 2, identify those qualification packs, and then align the curricula with those. And if there are no qualification packs for certain training courses that are ongoing, the industry will very soon, basis its requirements, get to preparing those qualification packs, and the SSCs can be reached for that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of you and on behalf of NITTTRCHD Chandigarh, I would like to thank Madam Shashi Kiran for coming over all the way from Delhi and sharing her valuable experiences. So, the kind of discussion which was taking place, I think so, it's a endless discussion, and because we are just in the process of starting experiment and pilots in different states. So, such like discussions will continue. And as we go little deep into it, I think so clarifications would also emerge. And from that point of view, I think so it's going to be a continuous process. So, madam, thank you once again on behalf of all participants, and we look forward to your association with our program in future. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a quick 10-minute break now, and thereafter we have our speaker for the next session. Professor S.K. Dhamija, my colleague in the institute, he is going to engage a session on industry-institute partnership, sustainable partnership. Particularly, he'll try to link it with as to how it's important for taking the skill development mission further. So, Professor Dhamija will be engaging the next session after 10 minutes. So, please have a quick break of 10 minutes and then come back.
Okay, a very good afternoon. So I think we can start the next session. My session is on industry and community colleges sustainable partnership. The contents of my presentation, there's a brief introduction. Then what is this industry partnership, a brief about this partnership. Then I discuss about this different practices in different countries of industry partnership. Then the community college in the USA, from where this concept basically originated, and partnership with industry, and then a few concluding slides. I start my presentation with a very small story. This story is about um, Shri Rabindranath Tagore, who was the first Nobel laureate from this South Asian region. government authority in the Philippines. I was in the Philippines for 3 years working over there. In Tesla, they say it is not only the CAS, but it is the class, KLAS, class. Some of these associates, they are very good, let us say technically also, but they do not have those communication skills. So the language, part of the communication is very important. So they say class, KLAS. And the Philippines, they are training the people on different vocations, different skills basically, and then they're exporting them out of the country. In fact, you can see many Filipinos working outside of the Philippines. And there's a very big workforce of the Filipino. They are known as the overseas Filipino workers, OFWs. And every year, around 20 billion, money, $20 billion are being pumped back into the Philippines by these overseas Filipino workers. So when they send these people out of the country, so they train them not only in the knowledge portion, the skills portion, and then the attitude portion, but on the different languages also. Because if you see the entire world, there are many countries which are, speak their own languages. You go to Russia, they speak in Russian only. You go to, let us say, Korea, they're talking Korean only. You go to Japan, they speak in Japanese only, or Thai, they speak in the Thai only. So they have identified 8 major languages. Like Russian is one, Spanish is there, English of course is also there. The French, the Chinese, or the Mandarin. So they train them on these languages also. So you train a person technically and vocationally also, and then train on the languages also, so that he can convey in their own language also. So the language also plays a very important role, and if you broaderize it, it's the communication which plays a very important. This is one of the statements given by Dr. Pisim Ming. Dr. Pisim Ming, she's a lady around 80 to 83 years old. She's a former Philippines education minister. She's very active. Even now, she's very active. She gave a statement in one of the UNESCO's Univox conferences in Bonn, Germany, in 2004, and this statement was made a part of the declaration also. She said that if education is a key to the development, then TVET is Technical Vocational Education and Training, is the master key, which opens the doors to the poverty alleviation and greater equity, justice, and fairness. So, if education is the key, then the technical vocational is the master key. Because if a person is technically qualified, vocationally he is a skilled person, he can he can remove his poverty very easily. He can go and work anywhere. So it is the master key basically. And then I say if that is the master key, then industry institute linkages is the mode of that master. You talk of any technical institution, whether a polytechnic or engineering college or any technical institution or vocational institution, unless you have the links with the industries, the actual world of work, your students are good for nothing. They're supposed to be skilled people basically. It's a technical basically. They should be technically skilled people basically. So the industry institute partnership plays a very important role in any technical schemes. If you talk of the poverty, poverty they say exists everywhere and it's a big challenge. In our country we have around 26% people who are below the poverty line. India is a huge country. We have almost 121 crores population, and 26% of that is a very huge figure. So many people are below the poverty line. I was in the Philippines, and there around 40% people are below the poverty line. So an entire country's population, 40% is below the poverty line. So poverty is a major problem, especially in this South Asian or the Asia Pacific countries. And the United Nations Millennium Development Goal aims to eradicate the extreme poverty and hunger with a specific target of making it half. So the United Nations has got the 8 MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, and one of the MDGs is to remove the poverty alleviation basically, to make it half. So how can we remove the poverty? In fact, the poverty has got a very vicious cycle. If you see, there is a low income that blue this thing circle. There is a low income. So since there is a low income, there is a low savings, okay, and low investments because you are not able to save the money. So low savings and low investment, low pace of capital formation. You cannot have the money. You cannot have the money. You cannot buy the latest machinery. So there is a low productivity. Again, it leads to the low income. So it's a vicious cycle. You are not working. The income is very less. You cannot save. You cannot save. You do not have. You cannot accumulate the capital. You cannot accumulate the capital. You cannot buy the latest machinery. You cannot buy the latest machinery. So there is a low productivity, and again there is a low income. So we have to break this cycle basically, through the education of the technical vocational education systems. This is another cycle of the poverty, illiteracy, low technology, and rapid population growth. There's the low level education, low level of literacy, low level of skills because people are poor. They cannot afford to have the skills training. You do not have the skills. You cannot use the latest technology. And in addition, there's this rapid population growth, inadequate operating food, and then there's this poverty. So this is a vicious cycle of poverty, illiteracy, population growth, and then the low risk. So we have to break this cycle by promoting this concept of the vocational system, the skills portion basically, and making people as more skillful. Changing the role of technical vocational education. If we see the old and then the new paradigms, as per the old paradigm, there is a supply-driven approach. That means you train the students in your polytechnics, in your colleges, in your technical vocational schools, and then push them into the market. So supply-driven, you are just pushing them into the market. The new paradigm says it's a demand-driven approach. Only if the market demands a specific manpower, only then you can train them, and then you can push them into the market. If there's no requirement, there's no point of training these people. So it's a demand-driven rather than a push system. It's more of a pull system basically. The second is training for the employment. Training for the employment. You train a person on different, let us say, vocations or your degrees or polytechnic diploma, or basically for the employment. So he gets a degree, he gets a diploma, he gets a certificate, which is good for the entire life, and then he goes for a job. The new paradigm says learning for the employability, because right now the things are changing very fast. The skills are changing very fast. You cannot have the same qualification which can last for the entire life of a person. So he must learning to learn basically, learning for the employability, because he has to keep on changing his skill sets basically. That is a new paradigm, learning to learn this. The old paradigm says one-time learning, train them only once. Like we did our degrees say a long time back, our BTECs, but that degree is no more valid actually because there are so many changes in the market. So unless you keep on learning to learn basically, so lifelong learning. Old paradigm says training and focus on the teacher. That means the teacher or the trainer is a main person. He's a person who will impart all the inputs. It's a more of a one-way process. Now the new paradigm says self-learning and focus on the learner. So self-learning, you tell a person how to learn himself or herself, and he's learning on his own and focus on the learner basically. Education and training are separated. We had education in the institution. Training is in the industry. So you first train him, give him the education, then he goes through the job for getting for doing a job, and then he learns over there the vocational portion basically, the skills portion basically. The new paradigm says education and training are the integrated. It is not only the education; it's basically the training also, which is integrated as part of the entire education. Specialization in one skill. We talk of multi-skilling nowadays because people are all multi-skilled workers basically. Old paradigm says skill recognition based on the training period examination. That means you train a person, you give him the teaching or let us say semester system or an annual system, take examinations at the end of this thing, and then you give him a certificate of this. The new paradigm says recognition based on the competency, how competent the person is. And if a person is let us say competent, there's no need for him to train, to get the training. You just check him, there's a recognition of prior learning, RPF. You can check you can have his test. If the person let us say passes that test, he can get the necessary certificates. So recognition of prior learning. Old paradigm says rigid and fixed entry and exit. So in our conventions we have a rigid systems of entry and exit, and the new paradigm says of flexible and multiple entry and exit. So it's a multiple entry. He can come anytime. He can go anytime. He enters, does a specific let us say course, goes to his job. After say 1 year, he comes back. Another let us say module he does, and then he can go back. So there's a multiple entry. There's a flexible entry system. Focus on the formal sector. So initially, with the entire focus on the formal sector, the entire corporate sector, the big companies. Now we talk about the formal and informal sector because we have a lot of informal sector, which is 92% of the entire workforce. Training for the wage employment, train a person for getting a job. Wage employment, we talk of training for the wage and the self-employment. The new paradigm says training so that he can either get a job or he can go for the self-employment also. So if a person is technically, like vocational skills, he has got he can get the wage employment, he can get the self-employment. policy and delivery dominated by the state. And now they talk of the policy and the delivery. They are separate and market driven. As per the demands by the market, you have to change the systems basically. Governance dominated by the state, and now it is a participatory. Participatory means the industry is a part of your the entire process basically. Your curriculum design, implementation process. So it's a participatory governance. Now, what is the need for this industry institute linkages? The industry complains about the quality of our students. I think we know this very well. I mean, if you talk to the industry people, they will always say that your students are good, let us say academically, theoretically they are good, but not practically. Students are not aware of the job specifications, so what roles they have to play in the industry, what different types of roles they have to play in the industry, so they are not totally aware of the entire job function. Students are not able to have a feel of the workplace in the institution unless you take them to the industries, the actual world of work. They can learn anything in the classroom, but they cannot have the feel of the workplace. Unless the person goes to the factory or the industry or the enterprise, he cannot feel the entire system of the thing. He must go over there. Then soft skills like leadership, handling of the workers, communications, interpersonal things are missing the students, and they think they can learn more when they are on the job, when they are in the actual world of work. Rather than teaching them what is communication, all those things, unless they practice, right or not in the workplace, they cannot properly learn. Self-confidence for entrepreneurship is missing in the students because there is no practical touch in the colleges. They have only the theoretical knowledge, not the practical knowledge, so that confidence is not there to start business. Majority of the teachers have little industrial experience because you get the teachers, they have academic qualifications, they do their BTechs or they enter into systems. They have never gone into the industry, so they are not industrially, they are not much aware of, and they cannot pass on information to students also. Latest practices in the industries are not known to the teachers because they have never been to the industry or only just once in a while they have been to the industry, and so they are not even aware of, and subsequently students are also not aware of. The problems and the issues of the industries are not fully appreciated by the teachers and vice versa. There is no common platform in which we can share our blessing feelings in. We have a lot of complaints with the industry people. They have a lot of complaints with the academicians. So unless there's a common platform where we can meet periodically, we can share our blessing, our whatever we have, So that is required. And new requirements of the industries are unknown to the teachers because things are changing so fast. We are not even aware of what is happening in the industry. So what latest their requirements are, and how can we train our students on the requirements? We are not even aware. Activities under this industry linkages, I think this I have to skip because it's a general this thing. Factors which are inhibiting this industry linkages: improper location. You see many polytechnics, many ITIs, many institutions are not properly located. I had a lecture before coming over here in one of another design courses. Same thing was, they said that in Uttarakhand they have opened 30 new polytechnics recently. Recently, 30 new polytechnics, and they are so far off. There is no industry. It's very difficult to access those polytechnics also. So how you can have the interaction with industries? So unless a technical institution, whether an engineering college or a polytechnic or an IT or something like that, unless it is located within the vicinity of an industry, how can you have the interaction with the industry? So location is a major this thing. Then faculty vacancy, around 30 to 40 faculty vacancies there, So the teachers are already overloaded. They are just, trying to cover the syllabus basically. So they have no time to take the students to the industry or to go to the actual world of work. Lack of industry experience amongst the teachers, lack of academic and non-administrative autonomy and support. There's no autonomy. They cannot spend, the money as per their wishes. They do not have the support. They don't have the buses. They don't have the, all those facilities also. Lack of dynamism at the top management level. Sometimes the top management, the principals or the directors are not that much dynamic. That is also one of the reasons. Inadequate necessary content in the conventional curriculum. If you see the conventional curriculum, it is all more of academic, more of theoretical based rather than the practical based. Now we have got a lot of resources in the institutions which we can share with industry. When you talk of this industry academia collaboration, it cannot be one-way process. It has to be both-way process. You cannot keep on asking something from the industry always. You have to give something back to the industry also. There should be proper give and take on the part of both the parties basically. So what can we give them? The industrial problem solving through the consultancy. Some of our faculty members they are very brilliant people, so they can help the industry in solving their problems. So that is something which we can give back to the industry. Testing facilities in our labs and workshops. We have some of the fantastic labs in some of the engineering colleges or in the polytechnics. We can throw them open to the industry. Continuing education programs for the working professionals. We can train their people, their supervisors, their workers, even their middle level managerial people on different concepts. We have certain strengths with us. We can train them. Idle capacity utilization of machinery and equipment. If there is a latest machine in an institution and it's lying idle, we can ask industry to take benefit of that idle capacity. Collaborative R&D projects, we can take it up. Any collaborative research in which industry and the academia, they can be like partners basically. The library and other facilities, we have got a lot of facilities also. They can be also share those facilities. Winning expertise on deputation basis. I have seen in some of the polytechnics that teachers have been on deputation to the nurses also. It's a rare case, but it is there. Collaborative seminars, conferences, and workshops we can have. Writing training material modules for the industry. What can they give it to us? Training of the faculty and the staff. They can train our faculty members, our staff members, our students also in their practices. Exposure to the specialist machines, any specialist machines, any latest machines or equipments. They can expose us to those machines. Information on the job profiles of technical vocational manpower. What the technical vocational people are doing over there. So what is the job profile? They can tell it to us. Industry-based project work, we can take it from them. The students can be asked to take the industry-based project works. Extension lectures by the experts from the industries. Assistance in the curriculum design. Sponsorship of R&D projects. Stipend grants to the meritorious students or poor students. Assistance in organization of the labs and workshops, working facilities, and participation. Now let us talk of this III, industry student interaction practice in different countries. If you talk of the interaction with the industry and especially the technical education system, Germany is the mecca of the technical education system. Germany was the first country in the entire world which moved towards the capitalization of the knowledge. So the people who had the knowledge, they were trying to exploit the knowledge commercially. So they tried. In the 19th century, they opened an institution known as Technische Hochschulen, which was giving these services to the industry. It was an institute that people from the academia giving services to the industry way back in the 19th. And then in 1960s, they set up this technical university, in which a lot of funding was given to the technical universities, and they were generating the technology and giving to the industry.
This is NIC
So
new
there it is
slides.
opposite basically.
Sir.
In our country, we go to the industry to see the technology. There they develop the technology which goes to the industry.
Hello.
Lot of they attracted huge investments. It was helping in raising industrial performance and technology, computing
Hello.
manpower. It was a benefit to the industry. If you see the German today, they have this. If you see at the bottom over there, so there are innovation centers, around 200 innovation centers in the entire Germany, which are located, around the universities, innovation centers. So they have links with the university, with the chambers of commerce and industry, and with the research laboratories. So that they take the help of the industry, the institutions, and then the research laboratories, and then they do some innovations over there, innovation centers. And from there they relay this technology also. So in the entire Europe, there are around 200, 100 technology relay centers. So they do the technology and then they relay the technology to those centers. Then they have this dual system. It's a very famous dual system of Germany in which the students gets a part of the training in the academia institution and a part in the industry. They say two-way process. So what are the characteristics elements of the dual VET system in Germany? It's organized by the private sector and by the public sector. Private means the industry, public means the government sector. So a portion of the education is in the institution, a portion in the industry or the actual world. It's conducted in the companies and the part-time vocational schools. It's carried out training at the workplace and classroom tuition on the basis of training contracts. So they sign a contract with the industries for which they go to the industries, and compulsory attendance at the vocational schools, It's regulated by the federal government and by the states, supervised by the chambers. The industries are supervised by the chambers, and the schools by the school supervision body. In fact, there's a university which is very close from here, Baddi University. You must have heard about the Baddi University of Emerging Science and Technology. So they are trying to have this same system basically. So there they have they have different BTECs. In one of their BTEC systems, what they do is the students of that BTEC, I think it is mechanical, I suppose, they come to the institute or to the university for 2 days in a week. The remaining 4 days they spend in the university every week. So every week, 2 days in the institution and 4 days in the university. So that will complete the entire 4 years system. You see now these people, once they complete those 4 years, they have no problem in getting a job. You know, the same industry may absorb them. So that is the dual system basically. So dual means the industry and then the institution. So what are the benefits? The students have this personal and social competence. They're motivated because they're getting part of the money also when they're working in the industry. Decision making skills are getting weight, ability to work in a team, to cooperate, and other benefits of occupational competence, methodological competence. So they are getting this. Again, these are the benefits of the dual training systems. There are four major pillars. You see, there are strategic commitments by the industry and by the schools. There's a contract which the industries they sign, the chambers they sign, and the benefits are they are getting qualified while on the job. They gain skills and the knowledge which can be used across the range of jobs. They move into a new and better jobs, work better and more effectively, learn at your own pace and get support. So these are a lot of benefits. Now let us talk of the USA. Today, all the American universities have become the research universities. Teaching and research in this university is linked to the enterprise. If you talk of the America, there the higher education is truly high. That means whatever the students they learn over there, it's linked with the industry. It's a research based business. So they take up projects from the industries and then they try to solve. So science parks, incubators, and innovation centers are very popular and successful schemes jointly implemented by the industry, university, and governments in the US. Creation of the new technology, they create new technology, new products, new processes is facilitated, leading to the employment and income generation. So when you're working with the industry, when you're taking up projects from the industry, you innovate, you make new products, they set up new new ventures, new companies basically, and the people more skilled. So this is the US. If you see it over here, there are three players. Industry is one player, the university or the colleges basically, and then the government. So it helps in they set up the science parks, incubators, innovation centers. I hope you know what is a science park or what is an incubator basically. Incubator basically means that those people who want to set up a small business, you see, what's an incubator? Incubator is a small apparatus or a device. When a child is born prematurely, he needs a little controlled environment, control temperature, control humidity. You put him in an incubator. Similarly, when you want to set up a small new business, it's like a small child. It is prone to the attacks from the outside. So it needs a controlled environment. So you set up a system, a system in which he gets a place in a protected environment. He gets a place or a shed or a place where he can start his business. He gets some centralized facilities. That park or that incubator has links with industries, with the financial corporations, with the banks, with the academia, where he can get the support from there. So he starts over there, he gets all the facilities over there, and then he can start. So once he is successful, after say 1 or 2 years, then he has to leave that place and he has to go outside. So that is the incubator. So there are new technology-based firms. So the new firms are getting started because of incubators. So new processes are getting made, new technologies, new products, and the result is extra employment, extra income generation, reduction in sick industries. Sort of. In fact, in America, any competent person always tries to set up a small business rather than go for a job. Some of the private this companies like IBM and Motorola, they have set up their own universities, corporate universities, in which they are building the world-class employees and world-class who are setting up the world-class companies. And they have this SME sector, small and medium enterprises sector, who are running common learning centers in which they are building intellectual capital. And even the MIT has set up a foundation of local entrepreneurs. So there's a very intense interaction of the universities with the industries. They have an act known as the School to Work Opportunities Act 1994, in which the institutions, the educators, employers, and professional bodies, there's a binding over there, and they perform this work activities. So include work experience, industrial knowledge, on-the-job training, workplace mentoring, positive work attitudes, employability. So that is the benefit of all this, because they have there are 3-4 major places. Government is a player, education system, industry, chambers. So they are working basically, collaboratively. In Thailand, they have this sector-based SME training and partnership. In Thailand, the enterprises face increasing pressure from the leading investors to improve performance and quality, particularly among the car manufacturers. A government intermediary institution specializing in technology transfer and training, known as the Metal Industries Government Institution (MIDI), assists the small firms in metalworking and associate sectors in upgrading their technology. So they have set up an institution which helps the small and medium enterprises in upgrading their technology, training and production processes. So this is again a link between the institution and then the customer. In Korea, they have a group of enterprises belonging to a particular industrial sector and geographically concentrated in an area could form an industrial cluster. So they make a cluster, like there are, if you see, like in Haryana, you have this Ambala. Ambala, there is scientific instruments where they are making basically. So they can set up a cluster. There are say 200 or 250 small companies, small firms who are making scientific instruments, all located in certain area. So you can make a cluster of this. And once you make a cluster over there, the institutions which are around that cluster, so they will train the students on those specific skills on. Rather than teaching them, let us say, civil engineering, all those things, they will train them on this specific cluster. In Korea, the Komi Electronic Industry Complex is composed of around 150 electronics-related firms, mostly SMEs, together with supporting firms and the agents. It is served by specialized education institutions such as the Komi Electronics High School and Kyomo Engineering College. That means in a certain area, if there are a lot of industries, a lot of the small industries which are making a cluster, the institutions which are around institutions, they will provide the training to the students only on those specific areas only. In Pakistan, the Sialkot Surgical Instruments Cluster has been developed with the help of the local institutions such as the Apprenticeship Training Institute of Sialkot and the Metal Industries Development Center. In the United States, the New York garment industry is served by its own dedicated intermediate institutions. In the Philippines, there are various delivery modes in the Philippines. The school-based, that means right in the school they train. They have this vocational streams over there. Community-based, they go into the community because the people can afford to come to the schools. They're very poor, so it's community-based. And then the enterprise-based, where they can go to the industry and they can work over there. They can learn over there. The enterprise-based delivery involves the participation of the private sector. The enterprise-based programs like apprenticeship training, they have the same system over there. So they have an industry. The students, they're giving the academic qualification as well as the skills portion also basically. The case study of one of the institutes in the Philippines, New Tech. It started in the Philippines, particularly in the Manila in 1982, as a social development project to help alleviate the widespread poverty in the Philippines through vocational education and training system. So they take up the children from the community who are very poor. They train them on the different vocations, on the different skills. So they give them the academic the same knowledge, and then the skills portion basically, and then they are able to get the jobs, or they are able to set up their small scale business. But we have already discussed with you. Now let us talk about this US community colleges, because this concept of community colleges, it started from the US basically. It began in 110 years ago at Joliet Junior College to prepare the students to enter senior institutions after first 2 years of study. So the basic that first you go to the community college, study there for 2 years, and then go to the higher research. In 1930s, they were offering technical and occupational programs. In 1960s, they became more comprehensive to address the educational, economic, and social needs of the local community. The name is community colleges. That means whatever is demanded by the community, they should be able to address the community demands. It's a community college. Right now, it is the largest and the fastest growing sector of the higher education in the United States. Ensure that the people of all the socio-economic backgrounds, have access to the education because it is much cheaper as compared to the normal conventional education. They play a significant role in developing students for the workforce and are of equal value to the adults as they are to the traditional age students. Anybody, whether an adult or middle aged person or a student, they can go and enter into the community college. So the first 2 years of a university education with transfer opportunities. So first they complete the high school, which is +2. They go to the community college. They spend another 2 years, and then they go to uh, the university basically. So then they get a degree. So it is like it after +2 they have the 4 years, but first two are in the community college, another two in the university. Right now, the United States has around 1,195 regionally accredited U.S. community colleges, and 11.5 million students are studying in the community college in the United States. You see that picture of the United States. Maximum concentration is in the eastern side, basically. The smart dots they show the concentrations. The alumni of the community colleges, they include the Pulitzer Prize recipients, the chief executives, scientists, governors, United States congressional representatives, producers, actors, athletes. So it is not a low-level education. It is considered as very, decent education. 46% of all the post-secondary students in the United States begin at the community colleges. And in 2008, around 87,000 international students were also there in the community colleges. These people are all community college pass outs, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, the former California governor, Eileen Collins, Oscar the Singh, all these people, all this Tom Hanks, they're all uh, products of the community colleges. Types of community colleges, they are independent, tribal, and public. They have so independent are 177. This is the ratio normally you can say. Tribal is 31, and mainly a public because it is subsidized, sort of 987. So they are accessible. That means convenient, flexible hours, affordable, low tuition fees, adaptable, responsive to the local and regional needs of the specific area, and they are accountable. They have this statutory requirement. Why students choose US community colleges? Career transfer to university. You can attend a college and then you can go to university. Your credits get transferred. Cost effective. It is much cheaper as compared to a formal system. Samples of associate degrees. They are offering associate degrees also as a part of community colleges. So this is just a sample of different degrees. The funding sources, you can see it over here. The state is funding maximum 38% funding by the state. Local funds of that community 21%. Tuition and fees around 17%. Federal funds and then the others. This is the funding system in the USA. The classes are taught by the faculty with advanced degrees as well. So the classes by the faculty uh, and small classes they provide more opportunity for the dialogue. They play an important role in the area in which they reside. They serve all members in the community who can benefit from the services. And responsive to the labor market. The colleges work with the industry to determine what type of learning and skills students need to enter into the workforce. So the colleges they work with the industry. And the industry tells that what skills they need to understand this. So the students are educated and trained for jobs available in the community. Hands-on training, progressive, customized training is given to them, and learning opportunities are provided. Some of these degree certificates like architectural design, computer technology, culinary arts, digital technology, digital mapping, electronics, some examples basically. So the community colleges, they are working in different areas like healthcare, homeland security, teachers preparation, they train how to become a teacher, environmental sustainability. And these are the degrees and certificates which are given by them, associate degrees and certificates. President Obama has set up a community college initiative. It's a 20 billion US dollars program designed to improve the students' learning, track progress, and train the workers. The goal is to produce an additional 5 million community college graduates by 2020. So a lot of emphasis in America on the community colleges. Employers' viewpoint, the US community colleges are increasingly seen as a model to train a more skilled workforce. 95% of the businesses and organizations that employ the community college graduates commend their valuable workforce education and training. I think I can skip some of the slides because then the community college industry partnership. Uh, a community college industry partnership is a collaboration between a community college and an individual business, group of firms, or chamber of commerce and industry with the purpose of using the resources of all the partners to create alternative college education program for the non-traditional students that are tightly linked to the regional economic development and labor force needs. The partners can contribute human resources, finances, facilities, and equipments, and leadership to accomplish the, the, the agreed goals. So the curriculum and the structural transformation. The curriculum is made in collaboration with industries. Instructions, are again the design as well as implementation with the help of the industries. Academic and social support. Professional development is also provided by the industry people. Shared resources. The resources can be shared. Systematic institution alignment or improvements. Okay, I think why this collaboration is working. This is strong, sustained financial commitment by both the parties. This is just a case study basically. So because it is both a process, so it's getting sustained. Okay. So this is all about the United States community colleges, this experiences. Now let us go to the concluding slides. Synergy from the networking. When you see the geese heading south for the winter, flying in a V formation, you might consider what science they have discovered as to why they fly that way. If you see the geese, when they come from the Siberia, they are flying in a V formation. They are flying in a V formation. So why do they fly in a V formation? As each bird flaps its wings, it creates an uplift for the bird immediately following. So by flying in a V formation, the whole flock adds at least 71% greater.
Yes, sir, I have joined. I got it, sir. I got it. I got. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have got connected, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I have got connected, sir.
So the whole flock adds at least 71% greater flying range than if each bird flew on. So by flying in a V formation, they have a greater flying ranges. So what is the message? The people who share a common direction. We're talking about the industry and then the institutes, two parties. The people who share a common direction and a sense of community can get where they are going more quickly and more easily because they are traveling on the thrust of one another. When the when a goose falls out of formation, it suddenly feels the drag and resistance of trying to go it alone, and quickly gets back into the formation to take advantage of the lifting of the bird in front. If a bird is trying to get out of the formation, it will have more of drag, so its speed slows down, so it again gets back into the formation. When the head goose, the one at the front, the leader, gets tired, it rotates back in the wing, and another goose flies in front. It's sensible to do demanding jobs in turns, whether with the people or with the geese flying south. And the geese, they honk from the behind to encourage those up front to keep up their speed. They keep on honking also just to encourage. So what messages do we give when we honk from behind? If we have the sense of a goose, we'll stand by each other. So I think that is all. Some statements by some famous people. Bill Gates, he said that the community colleges have always been driven by what is most relevant to the employment market. So whatever the industry, what are the market demands, the colleges produce the same thing only. Barack Obama said the community colleges are a vital component of our higher education system, serving almost 50% of the undergraduate students in the United States. And this is Jill Biden, the wife of the U.S. Vice President Biden. She said that I have witnessed. She's a teacher in a community college. She says, I have witnessed the first hand the power of a community college lives, and I think that the smaller classes, sizes, the nurturing environment, and the personal contact make a difference in supporting the students. In my classes, I get to know my students well, and I'm able to partner with each of them to help them succeed. So she also speaks high of the community colleges. I think that is all. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, we can have a question answer session. It's already 1 o'clock, so the time is already there for the lunch, but we can still have a question answer session. Any questions, please, from the centers?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
There is any type of studying in India of community colleges or not? In India, yes, sir. In India, community college can be established or not, and if it is established, how the resources and funding can be provided them.
Your voice is very feeble. Please speak a little louder, please.
Sir, in India, how community college can be established in India?
How they can be introduced?
Yeah.
Can be established.
Yeah.
Okay. And the second part of your question?
How resources and funding for it provided?
You see, we are in the process of setting up community colleges already. In fact, some of the colleges are, being, turned towards the community colleges. The same concept is there. So the process has already started. It has already started, my dear.
Can we get some information about that college? Because most of this presentation is based on US, Germany, and other abroad countries. So what is the real case situation in the India?
You see, the basic concept has come from the United States, so I gave the concept of United States community colleges. The same things are being replicated over here. They will take a little more time, but they're getting replicated over here also. But unlike America, in India we have a huge population. The links with industries are not that very good over here. So the things are a little difficult in the initial stage, but they will improve with the passage of time, I suppose. Because it is in the interest of the industry also. If you get a student who is already trained, there's no need for you to get to train him further. So it is in their interest also. So I hope the industry will realize the importance of their contribution in the academy also, so that they can get a student which is already trained and is ready for working over there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Any other question, please? Okay, then I thank all the participants at the different centers and at NITTTRCHD also for a very patient listening to me. I think with this we are breaking for the lunch. We shall be reassembling at 2 o'clock over there. Okay, so let's break for the lunch and reassemble at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
ये थोड़ा सा फील ठीक हाँ कर रही हूँ ना इससे फिर यहाँ पे करेंगे प्रोजेक्ट को इस साइड
और टीचिंग इफेक्ट अच्छे दिखेगा मुझे लगता है।
आप देखो प्रोजेक्ट को करो स्लाइड्स कंटेंट चीज़ का करूँ मैं 2 बजे स्टार्ट होता है
कितने टाइम है?
2 बजे
Hello, Baramulla. Hello. Hello, Baramulla. Hello, श्रीनगर बारामूला. कॉलेज का नाम क्या है बारामूला? हेलो एसएसएम. हेलो. यस यस सर, ऊपर अपना माइक ऑन कर लीजिए सिस्टम का. सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए ऊपर से.
हाँ बोलो।
Hello, am I audible, sir?
हाँ
SSM?
Yes, sir. Yes,
yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, मैम मुझे टेस्ट करना था एक बार.
Okay, sir.
NIC Delhi.
हाँ भेजो ना अपने टीचर्स को स्टार्ट कर प्रोग्राम.
हेलो
Hello?
NIC Delhi.
आप भेजो ना प्लीज.
Yes, sir.
NIC Delhi. आवाज आ रही है सर?
Yes, sir, आ रही है sir.
थैंक यू.
Hello, can I speak to somebody at SSM Polytechnic Srinagar? Is Dr. Kazi there? Hello? Yes, I want to speak to somebody at SSM College at Srinagar.
It's Mrs. Yasmin from SSM College.
Okay, SSM College. Okay,
Yes,
welcome
sir.
to the program. But only thing it took us 2.5 days to get connected. Anyway. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Is Dr. Kazi there somewhere?
Actually, Kazi sir is in office. I'll be calling him, sir.
Okay. How many participants you have at SSM College?
Actually, they're coming, sir. We have 20 participants.
Okay, so we are soon going to start the session.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Do you have any question, any clarification required from our end?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, okay. So, how many centers have got connected, Arjo? 3 centers.
भेजिए कि कुछ स्टाफ मेंबर्स को आप कुछ स्टाफ मेंबर्स को भेजिए कि प्रोग्राम के लिए हमारी वीडियो में अभी जरूर
जो 4 जुड़ जाएं तो मेरे ख्याल में 4 हो गए. And we have 6 or 7 in all. 7 हो गए. Okay, shall we start now? Okay, बाकी. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are more or less connected with all our centers now, and if there is 1 or 2, they will get connected soon. So this afternoon session today is going to be dedicated to sharing the experiences of DGET in skill development. So as we all know, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Government of India is doing a lot of work in the area of skill development. they have prepared curriculum for 1500 plus trades, and these trades are being offered at different level. So with a view to sharing their experiences with our program participants, we have invited Shri G.S. Sethi, who spent his almost entire life working in DGET at New Delhi. So he will be sharing his experiences of this thing, basically experiences of DGET in skill development across the country. We all are aware when it comes to skill development, perhaps it is Ministry of Labor and Employment which is doing the maximum work. And now, of course, there are many other ministries which are working in the area of skill development. So DGET has got very rich experiences, and they are working almost in all sectors of Indian economy. So we have invited Sri G.S. Sethi, and he is a very seasoned person. So he will be interacting with you. He will share his own experiences, experiences of his colleague, and then working in the area of skill development in different sectors of the economy. Now at national level right now, an attempt is being made to align DGET or MES courses against NSQF levels. In fact, some sort of mapping has already been done in 11 sectors of Indian economy, and the courses falling under these 11 sectors on selective basis, they have already been mapped against NSQF levels, particularly level 1 to level 7. They have not gone beyond level 7 right now. So I would request Mr. Sethi, if the time permits, he may even touch upon as to how they have gone about this thing, mapping MES courses against NSQL. So I would now request our speaker to kindly come over and engage the session. So I would request all of you to put the question as and when you feel like. You can ask questions in between. Alternatively, you can note down your questions, and when we are about to conclude the session, so at the end of the session, you can then have question answer time. So I would now hand it over to Sri G.S. Sethi, and he will make the presentation on DGET's experiences in skill development. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here with you and share my experience, what I had about skill development, and especially with regard to what DGT has been doing. The latest development regarding mapping that may come later, but I would like to share what are the things which are happening, what are the projects, the schemes which DGT has been doing, because whatever ministry or department or anything which are doing on skill development, you can't ignore DGET, because that's the core department which has been doing the work in skills development. So I have prepared a small presentation. I'll just run through a few key points which I have prepared. Can I have the first one? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No problem. But just have to click here. Next page. Yes. Yeah. Word. Okay. Now, I would like to start with this one, that whatever we may do, we have to consider that skill development is also like a commodity. It must have buyers, and whatever we produce, must be acceptable to whoever wants to take this one. So it's like a commodity. So if there are no takers, the producers will have to be out of business. They cannot carry on very long. But something, it's not so simple also as a manufactured commodity, because so far as skill development is concerned, it's not something which is uh, physically visible. It is about perception. People have different thoughts, different views on this one, and also they offer different solutions. Maybe DGT has offered some solution, some other organization might have offered some other uh, solutions to this one, and maybe none of these are the best for all the possible situations. So it's a really a complicated thing, but it's definitely a commodity which must have buyers, otherwise it won't be there in the market anymore. Now, since there can be a difference in perception, the projection here and here are different. No? Hello? Okay, okay. I have gone to the next one. Now, see, in fact, the biggest problem which is there in skill development, which is a term very often used, skill mismatch, that what is being produced is not acceptable, or what is being produced is not what the industry or those who are going to employ skilled people are, this is what they want. So this skill mismatch is a very common term, but everybody thinks in a different way of this one. Now, there are in general, it is that either it is a qualitative or quantitative mismatch. But there are cases where people are overskilled or overqualified. This kind of mismatch is something which is not very often taken note of. And I give you a small example on this one. This is a small example of mismatch which is in existence in the very sector where I am standing now, sector 26 of Chandigarh. There are some water carriers are to be recruited. It's a class 4 post, and there were only 11 posts were there, and 23 applications came. The 50,000, 23,000 applicants were there, and the required qualification was middle class. I mean, 8th class, 10th class pass, and there were people who were graduate, postgraduate, MBA, and they were attracted that to this post, which was carrying a pay scale of 12,000 rupees, and it was a job in police, and there are people who are prepared to do this job, and this is what shows that they are being tested about their skill in how to carry a tray, having a number of glasses full of water, how efficient they are to carry this one. So this is one example also of a skill mismatch. In fact, I think in India, this is a problem which is bigger than the other way around, that where people are not skilled enough for the job which they are looking, we have people who are more skilled. But the mismatch is something which is causing a problem. Now, what is the result of this one? Many educated and trained personnel remain on one hand, and there's a shortage of people in certain other categories where people are required, but they are not available. Then, what are the consequences? I quickly quite easily understandable. Because of this mismatch, there are uh, ill consequences for the individuals who are concerned. There's low employability, unemployment or underemployment, low wages, lack of decent work. So this is something which is doesn't need any explanation. It's quite well understood. Then there are enterprises which are suffering. Their low productivity, I think this is something which is often spoken, but we are suffering very badly because of this low productivity in comparison to China. Now, I give you a small example. Very recently, we had Lok Sabha election. There was a lot of election material. All the material, most of the material came from China because they were prepared, they were able to produce at a much lower rate the souvenirs, the T-shirts, and the banners, and many of these things. I hope you agree with this one. And then because of this one, low growth is there, profits are low, adverse impact on capacity, there are no innovation because people are not, the skills of the people are not matching with what is required, adverse impact is there, and low foreign direct investment is there. Now, recently there was a report also about how favorable India is for investment, and its grading has come down as compared to what it was even in last year, and perhaps this could be one of the reasons, skill mismatch. Then continuing with this one, because of the skill mismatch, what are the consequences for the society? Poverty, one thing. We are not able to overcome this poverty, social disharmony. Here I would like to give you an example without quoting the name of the organization or the person. DGT has a lot of programs are there. In some cases, even in state government, free training is offered, plus some amount of money is also given in some cases. So one person said, I get more money by throwing stones at the police when there are demonstrations, etc., than the money which you are giving. So this is what I mean by increased crime and unrest. If there's and then misuse of youth and unemployed by political parties. Most of the rallies and other things which you know, the crowd gathering is because people, unemployed people are there and they are ready to do anything. And this is also the question is there. They say, "Arey IT क्या होता है इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में क्या होता है दिस इज बिकॉज people who come out of these institutions are not able to fit in and get employed in a decent work. This is the impression which is carried out. Most of people carry this impression about the educational and the other training institutions. People in enterprise have poor perception about training system, poor outcome of training, over investment in some training institutes. You know, most of the engineering colleges, polytechnics, and even ITIs are trying their best to kill their seeds. That means the investment which has been made in creating those institutions and infrastructure that they are not able to utilize fully because there are not enough people who would like to join because the impression is like this. Then wastage of scarce resources. The resources which have gone into establishing and running these institutions, they obviously go waste. Here again, there is a very recent example of private that students who have secured only 35% marks in the minimum entry qualification, they should be allowed to be admitted. I think you may be aware more about this one, and your institute must be better aware of these things, that the students are not available and they wanted this government's permission that instead of whatever minimum qualification is required, they should be allowed to even go below that 35% penalty, which didn't agree to this one. But this is the result of resource put in this. Then even in engineering, you might have seen there, but many seats remain vacant and they are filled by management quota and so on. So this causes, DGT is also suffering from these kind of causes. There are certain causes because of the mismatch, because of the changes in demand side. Demand side means those who are the employers, the industries, enterprises who are taking these skilled people, trained people, educated people. Because on the demand side, this fast innovation. Things are changing, changing technology is there, focus on growing economy due to climate change. There's a greening, something which has come very often, which is now spoken about. Increase in trade, business within the country, between the countries, foreign direct investment due to globalization, economic recession. The world has suffered recently, including India. So this has been some of the causes because of the skill mismatch on demand side, and then causes due to supply side. This is the place where we are the suppliers, and there are certain causes of mismatch because of shortcomings on our side as the suppliers of skilled people are there. Now, first of all, this is one, many people would say this one, ineffective skill anticipation and labor market information system to assess current and future skill demand. So they say surveys are not done, we don't find out in the market what kind of people are required, and they should be regularly done. But I tell you, even in DGT, some surveys are done, and by the time the report is there, the report is already obsolete because it takes such a long time to gather information that by the time you have the report in your hand, the data is something which is perhaps not fully valid or cannot be fully utilized. Now here again, I'll give you one DGT's example. We have one research institute in Calcutta, Central Staff Training and Research Institute, Calcutta. Many years back, there was a thinking that wherever industrial clusters are there, now also in these days also we are talking very much about industrial cluster, and the training institution in its neighborhood should be able to train people so that they find employment within that cluster. So that thinking was there even 30, 40 years back also. And we were asked to carry out certain surveys in industrial clusters like Bangalore, Vishakhapatnam, and Vadodara, and so many places to find out what is the kind of trained people, skilled people those industry want. And we should have the ITIs, which were named at that time as captive ITIs, that they should produce people as required by the industry in that neighborhood. But there again, many of the industries, they were not themselves aware, or they were not able to tell clearly what kind of people they need now or later, in the immediate future, maybe little later, and in quantity. So this labor market information is definitely required, but I tell you, it's not such an easy thing that it can happen as like 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. It's not that simple. Then linked to this one is the ineffective employment services and its coordination with like labor market information. The lack of coordination between various agencies, I think this is, you might have experienced also, that you have speakers even from different organizations, and everybody talks his own language. I am talking my own language, which will be very different from another one, and probably there's not much of coordination between different ministries. Now, there are 17, 18 ministries are there which are doing some skill development, and everybody has his own views, own way, own method, and so on and so forth. So there's really a lack of certain coordination is there between various agencies, ministries, departments, and so on and so forth. The lack of competent teachers. I think this institute is there to provide best kind of teachers for polytechnics. And we in DGT have certain number of institutions which are meant for training of instructors for ITIs. First of all, their capacity is very low. Secondly, they don't change. Then thirdly, many people who take admission really don't go for that job. I mean, they get trained as instructor but never find a job. I don't want to take a job later on as instructors in the ITIs. Now, we have 6 institutions named under DGT, which is engaged in doing training of instructors with a capacity of about 1,200 students per year, so which is a very insignificant number, and this has not changed. Now, only very recently, DGT has taken steps to allow private institutions to conduct this instructor training program. In other words, let us say there is really a big shortage on the one hand in this one regarding teachers, instructors, training info, institutes, workplace supervisors, master craftsmen, and specialists, and so on and so forth. And lack of good compensation. This is another thing in the service condition of those who are engaged in teaching, training, instructing. They always have a complaint, or feeling, or impression that they don't get compensation. And I tell you, I think you are more aware, you know more about engineering colleges. Quite a few engineering colleges employ fresh graduates as a lecturers, as a lecturers. I don't know whether you will agree with me or not, but they employ because those instructors didn't get any job elsewhere, so they became teachers within that institution. then outdated standards, curricula, methodology, training, learning material. These are some of the inputs for any system of education, any system of training. So I'll tell you stories about this outdated. There are on the one hand, people they say it is obsolete, it's outdated, but when we ask them what do you want, they are not able to tell. And even if they are to tell, we experiment and it fails. I have DGT's experience. I will narrate a little later about this one. But we are on the receiving end. We means institutions like this one, NITTTR, DGT is institution which are supplying skilled people. They are always criticized. Any conference you go, any seminar you go, they say, "Oh, DGT is a syllabus is outdated, it's obsolete." But when the revision is done and the new method is applied, how do they receive it? I'll tell you a impression about this one also. Then continuing with this one, inadequate provision for lifelong learning. Now, this is something which has assumed very great importance in many countries. I really have studied this vocational policies of a number of countries, and something more also I will tell you on behalf of ILO. I was involved in this compilation of skill development policies of a number of countries. Now they are paying a lot of interest, a lot of emphasis on lifelong learning, and one more term is there, RPL, recognition of prior learning. So I'll come to that one a little more. I'll give you a little more information. So skill upgradation adjust to changes in labor market. So supplier side is not able to. Supplier means DGT, NITTTR, and so on, and polytechnics, engineering colleges are not able to cope up with the changes that are taking place. Then inadequate testing and skill assessment. Now here, again, see, in India, everything is possible. See, I have got this one. I don't know whether we can show on this one or not. That 1,137 contract teachers with fake degree sacked in Bihar. Something like this one. This today's that means the assessment method is such, our system of issue of certification is such that take and of course there is a classic case of Om Prakash Chatala in jail. You know, I mean, no need to explain that one. What is the reason? What were the causes? What were the consequences? And so on. So it's visible now. Yeah? Okay. So I mean, this is that system of our assessment, certification, something wrong with this one. So we on the supplier side have to be responsible and cautious about these issues also. So this is what some background I had. I don't know whether I've gone too fast or whether it made any sense about the topic that I'm talking about. If there are any, I'll take a 2 seconds pause. Any question, any clarification, agreement, disagreement, criticism, appreciation, but please, anything before I go with DGT's schemes as a whole. Continue? Shall I continue? Now, then DGT schemes, I have listed in some order, which is nothing to be chronological order, and I will take one by one. And wherever you feel like, please interrupt me, and you can ask questions. ITIs, you can't forget about this. Skill development, ITI has to be there. Then there was a vocational training project, World Bank funded. You also have seen some technical education, World Bank funded. We also had what experience? Alpha, Center of Excellence, another scheme, vocational training improvement project. There was World Bank project, World Bank funded vocational training project, then vocational training improvement project. Next one. Okay, wonderful. Now there are mentor councils out there. Upgradation of through PPP. That experiment also has been done in DGT. Wonderful. The skill development initiative, MES courses, has been mentioned. We know about this one. Instructor training, I said a little bit. Apprenticeship in industry, you also have graduate technique. professional technician, real research and development, so on and so on. So I take this first of all. Maybe it will add a little more information to your uh, for you. ITI basically, I feel personally, is my conclusion. It is really the structure for skill development. Only thing is we always have problem in implementation, execution, but the system has proved itself, although it has been tinkered with now and then, something brought in, something kept out, taken out, changed, modified, this and that. But this basically is a, you can say, trade-based training, which is really respected, which is really understood. 1 year or 2 year of training it is. Uh, these examples are these, a few. In fact, most of the students who join ITI take admission in courses of this type: electrician, fitter, mechanic motor vehicle, mechanic diesel, COPA, computer operator and programming assistant, turner, welder, etc. The long list is there. That means after doing 1 year or 2 year training, depending upon the trade, they get designated or addressed by these names. And in this, mostly it is, you can say, unitary type of training. That means electrician 90% orient towards doing something which is related to electrician's job, plus a little bit this way and that way. For example, if there's a welder, he may do a little bit of sheet metal, he may do a little bit of electricity. Similarly, others may also uh, know a little bit, which we call it allied trade. The syllabus contains mostly this plus allied trade. Okay. Then uniform curriculum all over India. I think this is the only system where it's a uniform. You have in degree and diploma and other boards, universities, different. But here, this is the only one where the uniform curriculum. You can criticize the curriculum, no problem. Deficiencies are there, shortcomings are there, but it's uniform, applicable for all ideas, norms and standards. Now here, norms and standards are there even for engineering colleges, polytechnic, and so you need certain amount of space, power, and then certain type and number of staff, other infrastructure, building, so on and so forth. You need here also the norms are laid down. Now how far they are followed, and that's a different thing. But uniform norms have been prescribed. Employability skills have been added. Now, during the last few years or decade, there's been a lot of interest shown towards so-called soft skill, personality development, employability skills, life skills, and so on and so forth. That besides the hard skills, the candidate should be good in that one. So that also has been added as an essential element for all ITI training courses. Affiliation of ITI, this was a very big problem. I think you also in Polytechnic, you have what you call accreditation or affiliation and so on. These ITIs have to be affiliated to NCVT, National Council. It was being done earlier by state government and DGT together. There was a certain system was there, but the work has increased so much because there are more than 10,000 ITIs are there. This has, during the last 2 years, since 2012, it has been outsourced to Quality Council of India. And that's a really, I think this is really a big improvement because it is outsourced. One reason. Secondly, they are using technology, online registration, online query, online proof of communication, and then physical inspection and so forth. It has simplified that one or streamlined the method of system affiliation. Then earlier the system was, once an IT is affiliated, it's affiliated forever. Once inspected, you show everything and so on, you find it's okay and affiliated, then whole of the life you don't worry whether you throw away the whole thing, so but still affiliation stand. But now recently it has been made, an order has been made that there should be re-affiliation every 5 years. Every 5 years it will be re-inspected, reprocessed and so on and so forth. So this is one change. Then uniform system of assessment. Same. I hope this is not the case in Polytechnic. You have in Punjab, isn't it? You have Punjab different, Haryana different, so on and so forth. Then there are government ITIs, private ITIs. There are more of private ITIs than of government ITIs. But private ITIs are smaller. For example, average capacity all India, if you take up a private IT, is about 100, 120 or so students, whereas a government IT would have more than 200, 220, something like this one you will have. Then acceptability of NCVT certification, qualification, national and international. I remember, so even many, some 30, 40 years also, many times we used to get queries from Australia. Such and such person is possessing this NCVT certificate. Please certify that it is genuine. I mean, they accepted NCVT certification as a desired qualification, necessary qualification for employment. Only thing is they wanted to check the genuineness. We used to get a lot of queries. Even now, NCVT is recognized as a qualification in many countries. Now, since last year, semester system has been introduced. Only in August 2013, the new session which started last year in August, this semester system examination has been started. Now, this it's still preliminary stage. There could be some difficulties, but a change has been made. Instead of earlier, if there was a 2-year trade, examination was held at the end of 2 years. If it is 1-year trade, examination at the end of 1 year. But now every 6 months, there's a new change which has taken place. Curriculum has been redesigned, and it has been made applicable. It was revised last year. Now it has been revised again this year. In August 2014, new syllabus, new curriculum will come into force. Then one more thing which I want to bring specially to your notice is potential specially designed courses according to needs of local industry with NCVT certification. So far, the system has been that DGT decides the trades like electrician, fitter, welder, so on and so forth. ITIs have to be affiliated with reference to these trades. Examination is with reference to these trades. Certification is reference to with these trades. But now they have opened a new window. Supposing any organization or any industry wants training in some area which is not listed in DGT trades, so they can conduct these courses provided there is employment potential as one, and approach DGT that you recognize our courses. DGT will take up. It's open now. Earlier it was not open. Now it is open. This is a new trend which I think is a good trend, good change which has been made in this. Now there are a lot of challenges are there with ITIs. Heavy investment. This is one of the biggest thing. If you ITI theoretically, as per the standards, 70% of the time has to be devoted for practicals. 30% of the time is theory related instruction and so on. Now, if you have to do 70% of the time, you really need machines, a lot of raw material, power, and so many things you need, which always they have the equipment which is not in order after some time, not enough raw material and so on. Heavy investment is required, and this equipment become obsolete. Sure, if you see even in ITI Chandigarh, if you see, which is really one of the good ITIs, they will still have an ambassador car for working, which is totally out of order now. Nothing to do with the current type of automobile that we have. Then lack of finances, resources, heavy shortage of trained instructor, we mentioned earlier, top heavy bureaucracy. This is really one of the problem which I think the Modi has given a slogan. I hope it works. Minimum government, maximum governance. At present, it is what it is. Hopefully, let us see that minimum government and maximum governance happens in this one. Then there is uneven spread of ITIs in the country. There are many ITIs in UP, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, but there are certain other states which have very few, lesser number of ITIs they have. Then inadequate employment and employability is a problem always. Now, I reproduced the extract from the meeting which happened in DGT on 2nd of June, very recent one. They admit only 50 to 60% pass out, ITA pass out are employable. Official acceptance, actual maybe even less than that one. Now, further they say only 10% of total workforce, 5 crore, have acquired some technical education or training formally or informally. only 5 crore. Out of 50 crore, which are workforce is there, only 5 crore have some education and so on. And out of this 10%, that means 5 crore, only 1/4 have formal technical education, and just about 50% of these technically trained persons are certificate holders. A large majority of these are from ITIs. That means ITI's contribution is there, very substantial within the total, but the total itself is very small. Very, very small number are there. Then the present seating capacity of ITIs is about 15 lakhs, and 8 lakh appear for final trade test every year, 6 lakh pass, and 3.6 lakh are employed in a year. 3.6 lakh in a country of 125 crore. So you can, the ratio, you can imagine. Now I mentioned that earlier lack of resources, getting this equipment getting obsolete. These are the challenges in ITS. Now, one step which was taken, a World Bank project was there, sometime during 1999. At the time, 400 ITAs were taken up, which were at least 400 government ITAs were taken, which were at least 15 years old at that time. Now, here, the procedure I tell you, those who have dealt with the World Bank project, I have written cumbersome procedure and tedious execution, bureaucracy cubed 3 times. There is a bureaucracy of the DGT, bureaucracy of much bigger bureaucracy of the World Bank, and then bureaucracy of the state government. Because through the central government, funds and so on, they flow, and the money is peanuts. See, just total amount is spread so thin, about 400 crore for 400 ITIs, and plus number of other schemes were also there. Chota Mata schemes were also there. And bureaucracy, hell of a bureaucracy. You have to buy lathe, which is, I think, the most fundamental machine in any manufacturing organization. But then, as per, because money is coming from the World Bank, you inquire from all the ITIs, from all the states, how many lathes you want, compile it, standardize it, appoint a consultant who will call international bidding for that. And then you place an order, do inspection, this and that. This is one example I'm giving where bureaucracy is very, very high. But I'll come to a later another example, which again DGT has taken, and I tell you, which is just the reverse of this in bureaucracy to the power 1/3. It is bureaucracy 3. There's another case, bureaucracy 1/3 also. I'll come to that also. Now, I'll not give you much more detail. This was meant only, mainly for removing obsolescence. That means buy them new equipment, build some of civil work, and then train the staff and so on. Then one more problem which was there here, why I have put as bureaucracy 3. Here it was sharing, and it happens in most of the schemes, central government, which centrally sponsored schemes are there. A part of the fund has to be brought by the state government. In this case, there were various schemes were there. In most of the schemes, it was 50% from central government, 50% by state government. Many of the state government were not able to contribute their own share. And Punjab is one classical example, which doesn't have any money at all out there. But we have no money. So this was one of the problems that state governments were not able to contribute their own share. There were certain states which were going very much ahead and they used the money, whereas many other states lacked of this one. Now, coming to, they say, industry says, outdated curriculum, obsolete curriculum, no good and so on. There was one term which came into being very much some 15, 20 years back, multi-skill. I think you also use this term very often, multi-skill. That means a person should not only know his own main trade, but he should know a little bit of other trades also. Okay, it sounds very well. Sounds very well. And then they said this should be in accordance with whatever cluster, industry cluster is there, the ITA which is situated there. They should be oriented towards the needs of that cluster. Okay, wonderful. Sounds very well. As a result of this one, what DGT did, they introduced a scheme, Centers of Excellence. For example, ITI Chandigarh here is a center of excellence in automobile. The idea was there's automobile industry around, okay, let's have people who will have training oriented towards automobiles. Okay. So this scheme was first introduced in 100 ITIs. Government of India funded it. Later on, World Bank came and they said vocational training improvement project. They funded 400 more ITIs, mainly for this one, and this came to nearly 500 of this one. Now this each ITI has got an institute management committee with a chairman nominated by the industry. But this IMC is only recommendatory body. Multi-skill in these sectors were made: production and manufacturing, automobile, refrigeration, finishing, and so on. I mean, training was being given not as an electrician or welder or fitter, but training in automobile sector, refrigeration air conditioning sector, production and manufacturing sector. So the sectors were there. Industry cluster approach, multi-entry, multi-exit. Structure was 1 year broad-based training, and then further advanced module, 6 months specialization, then further 6 months in industry to specialized module. So it was structured like that. Whereas the original ITA scheme is for 1 year or 2 year, oriented towards electrician, oriented towards welder, oriented towards turner, and so on. But here, broad base, advanced module, specialized. This structure is like this one. So what was the result of this one? I give you an example of automobile sector. Earlier, the trade were 2 year trade mechanic motor vehicle. He is only working on mechanic as a motor vehicle. Or 1 year trade is their mechanic diesel. But in automobile sector, as the center of excellence, 6 modules are there, and 8 weeks for each of these modules. Basic fitting and measurement, basic sheet metal work and welding, basic electrical and electronics, basic microprocessor and computer operation, basic petrol and diesel engine, basic transmission suspension, engineering, steering system, and brakes. So that means if you devote 8 weeks for each one of these 6, he knows a little bit of each one of these. And after this 1 year, this because it's a multi-entry, multi-exit, he can leave if he likes. He gets the certificate for the broad-based basic training. Immediately after that, or later on, he can come and undergo other modules. Now, this kind of people, they were not acceptable to the industry. They wanted either somebody who can work on motor vehicles or who can work on diesel engines. So there, most of the companies, they didn't change even their recruitment. They were not very much acceptable. But this project, this whole thing started in 2007. After 7 years, DGT has going up. Yeah, there it is going up, not here. Okay, थोड़ा ऊपर करिए. Yes, next one, next one, next one. यहाँ से तो हो नहीं रहा है, हो नहीं रहा है. कहाँ रुक गया ये? Oh, as I was pressing here, यहाँ से नहीं हो रहा था. अब यहाँ रुक गया ना, गड़बड़ हो गया. चलो अभी हो जाएगा. अच्छा. सर वो थोड़े टाइम गैप ज़्यादा नहीं. अच्छा ठीक. Okay, okay. Anyhow, now this vocational training project, improvement project, which I said was funding the Center of Excellence, and now on 17th June, experimenting for 7 years, DGT has issued the order that Centers of Excellence no more. Go back, so back to the square one. So that means this was one experimentation. Okay, let us say it didn't succeed, let us not be discouraged. But this was an experiment that the ITA system originally, which was going on trade-wise, has really has proved or has found favor with the industries than the second one. That was sector-wise. just I mentioned about automobile. That means first year you give a general training, which has even welding, sheet metal, computers, fitting, measurement, and basic about motor mechanic. Then after that, you give them 6 months advanced module. One may go for petrol engine, one may go for diesel, one may go for painting and denting, one may go for auto electrician, something like this one. And then further 6 months in industry. Now, industry are there, even in engineering colleges, polytechnic, 6 months, 6 weeks, so on. So, what kind of training really they get? Such a large number of students, where will the industry accommodate? Real experience is that shops have opened in 34 sector. ठीक है ना? 34 sector where paid training is there and is a good business. Or whereas the parents have to pay double the fee. They pay the fee in the college also for that 6 months or 6 weeks, and also here for so-called industrial training or whatever it is. Now another latest development which is there, DGT has found mentor councils sector-wise. That means again this production and manufacturing, wellness and beauty, and then production and manufacturing and travel and tourism and textile and apparel. It has members drawn from industry, academia, then they call it champion ITIs, that means those ITIs which have done well. A council has been made and DGT as the coordinator, an officer from DGT being coordinator. So they have revamped the syllabus. Okay, semester wise, it was introduced last year, but now it has been it's called revamped. Okay, redesigned, changed, modified, and so on. And they have released a new syllabus, new curriculum to be effective from August 2014. They have done it in 11 sectors so far. 11 sectors. These are the sectors I have mentioned here. Yeah. Yeah, curriculum. I mean, no. Yeah, it was there when the order was issued, when the mentor council was made. Yes, list was given. Yeah. If you want, I can even mail it to you if you like. Okay. It is there on the website. It was there at the time. I hope it will be there still now also. But they had drawn people from industry, from academic institutions. You want? Okay. And these are. But the sectors are these. You can have a look at this one. Automobile, and they have revamped the criteria in 7 trades. In this case, beauty and wellness, construction, electronics, fabrication, food processing, IT, ITS, power generation, production and manufacturing, textile, and travel and tourism. So these are, you think they are interesting? Okay, I'll let you have this information. Now this, okay, in a way it is good. At least they have made they have made committees. These are nothing but committees. Councils, you call them mentor council. They will do the mentoring, and this is the work which they have done. Now here, I come to an idea which I call it bureaucracy to the power 1/3. This was as on 1st January 2007, there were 1896 government ITIs. Now 500 ITI got benefit, financial and otherwise, out of that scheme which I have just mentioned, Center of Excellence. 100 ITI got funding from domestic funding, Government of India's funding. 400 got under World Bank, the vocational training government project. So they got something. Now then government DGT saw there 1396 remaining are left which didn't get any benefit. Let us have another scheme. And this is the name of the scheme. उसको थोड़ा ऊपर करना भाई. Next one. Next page. Upgradation of 1396 government ITIs through public-private partnership. What was the public-private partnership? I'll come to that. Launched in 2007-8, almost end of financial year, sometime in February or March 2008, it was launched, and it was even in the budget speech of Chidambaram at that time. And Good. But out of 1396, the idea was every year they will upgrade 300 ITI. I mean, they'll introduce this scheme. Upgradation will take longer, but they will introduce this scheme in 300 ITIs every year. And in about 5 years, they'll convert 1396. But so far, only 1227 as on date have been covered. Now, what is the unique feature of this one? What they have done, they have said, let each ITI form a society. Society will have 11 members. Chairman and 4 more members from an industry. I mean, each ITI must associate with one industry, one particular industry by name. Messer so and so, say, any company. That company will nominate a chairman and 4 more members, so 5 members. And there will be 5 members from the state government, where ITI is. And principal of ITI will be the member secretary. So this will be a registered society. DGT gave 2.5 crore interest-free loan, not grant, loan. They said, okay, we give you 2.5 crore interest-free loan. First 10 years is moratorium. After 10 years, start repayment and repay in 20 years. Now, in this 2.5 crore, there were certain, of course, guidelines are there are certain checks and balances are there, what you can do, what you can't do within the 2.5 crore. But here the benefit was, I'm telling from my own personal experience, I was a consultant to one of the companies which had taken 20 ITIs like this one in Haryana, Punjab, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka. They had taken ITIs as they were the industry partner. And I was their advisor, advising them how to implement this scheme in those 20 ITIs, especially in Punjab and Haryana. We had 3 in Punjab, 7 in Haryana, 6 in Karnataka, and then Andhra Pradesh and Chhattisgarh we had these ITIs. Now this Institute Management Committee which is formed, which is given 2.5 crore, is really zero bureaucracy, absolutely zero bureaucracy. We used to have every 3 months at least one meeting we should have. On the spot, we will decide. We are running 4 courses, but we have only 2 instructors. Immediately appoint 2 more instructors on contract. These machines are outdated, or there's a lack of machines required for training in this particular trade. Call quotations today. Today the quotations are called, and within a month or even less time, machines are there. No bureaucracy going to the state headquarters in Chandigarh or Bangalore or Karnataka, nothing. It is the IMC sitting there deciding on the spot. And I tell you some of the cases in ITI which I have handled in this one. They were established. There's one ITI name also, no problem. But this one, it's a small ITI for women, Phagwada. When this scheme was introduced, there were only 2 trades were running, and with 32 candidates. Building everything was falling down. Something was almost falling down. Never painted, broken this one, and the funds which they were getting from the government were hardly enough to pay salary for the staff. Even if somebody has to apply for leave for application, he has to bring paper from home. There's not paper enough available in the office. And what to speak of telephone bill and electricity bill and so on and so forth. And we had this money, and then there was one guideline that a part of this money, part of this money you can keep as a seed money. Seed money you invest, not in speculative activities, bond खरीद लो या शेयर खरीद लो या ये खरीद लो. इसको देखना जरा. अच्छा, okay. Now then what we did, we kept out of this one some 20-25 lakhs in savings account. The rest we put in FD, not the total but in broken 25 lakh, 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh करके different. We put it in the bank as FD. And every year the interest that we are getting, it amounted to at least 15-20 lakhs interest. With interest itself, we could replace all the equipment, we could buy new equipment, we could increase the number of students from 32 to 150. Instead of 2 courses, we had 4 courses. We had instead of 1 batch, we had 2 batches of each courses running concurrently. and no shortage of staff. And in the office, principal has air conditioner, which he never had. Even cooler was hardly there, and air conditioner, bathroom were redone, and everybody has computer, internet connectivity, and scanner and printer and everything within that. Within 3.5 years, we really changed the shape of this one. And because the reason is bureaucracy, cube root, not cube, but cube root of this one. And this, I think, in most of the cases, this has gone very well. Independently evaluated by National Labour Institute, which is, you can say, an autonomous body under Ministry of Labour, National Labour Institute, and they conducted this midterm study of this scheme in 2012. They did. I just read a couple of remarks which they have made. They say there has been a significant expansion in basic infrastructure in different ITIs since upgradation scheme, since this scheme. They sampled 120 ITIs. That was a sample study. This is one of the remarks they have made. Another remark is the development of physical infrastructure in ITI has led to expansion of human resource capacity within the institutions. Then other remark is like this, they have a lot of tables and data they gather. Yes, most ITIs have expanded their capacities post implementation of the scheme, renovating and modernizing physical infrastructure, upgrading existing trades, or starting new trades. The ITIs face challenge in terms of balancing enrollment across different trades, particularly the new trades. Okay, this was another remark. So like this, I read another one. The quantitative expansion of ITIs must be followed up by upgradation of quality of training imparted at ITIs. It may be important for the IMC to step up academic stroke curriculum subcommittees to meet periodically to advise on the academic content of the old trades and new trades to be introduced in the ITIs. Okay, this was another kind of advice that we must pay attention to the quality and okay. But what I want to say that something which has not happened for years in ITIs because of simplifying the procedure. What I call this one is that there is on the spot decision, on the spot implementation. Before this scheme, if principal has to spend more than 500, he has to take approval from headquarters. But here on the spot it was there. This was really one scheme which I have a lot of regard for this one. And my advice in various forums where I had the chance to speak, I said there are no doubt shortcomings in this one also. Let us learn from the experience of this scheme and take it forward, overcoming the weaknesses and taking the strong points. Main thing which I have mentioned is quick decision making, immediate implementation resulting in benefit in most of the ITIs, and so on. Unique experience of the institute, a real fit case for building further on experience. And just quickly mention the challenges here as well. State government department, this is another thing. Now, although this IMC which has been made as a registered government, still the headquarter of each state government feel this is something IMC subordinate to me and questioning them, only putting hindrances. That was one drag, in fact, in implementing what the IMC was deciding. Then political interference. I tell you, this is a headache. They want to inaugurate, lay foundation stone at the drop of the hat. For any excuse, they want, minister wants function. My God, we really spend lakhs unnecessarily. I tell you, this culture of foundations, you don't, just before the election, there are at least 6 foundation stones every day. I think you all read newspaper. This is one challenge, how to overcome this political interest. The lack of interest, in some case, of course, industry didn't take interest. That was also one shortcoming. So that means those industries which are seriously interested in uh, partnering with ITS, they only should be brought in. And there is a non-existence of win-win situation resulting in withdrawal of some industry. So after a few years, some industries got fed up and they withdrew because of this first challenge. And in fact, this was a voluntary. The industry was not getting any direct benefit. They were spending their own time. They were spending some other effort, or even some case some money also. But then the win-win situation was lacking. So some industry withdrew this one. So this is now this is another scheme. Or any uh, okay. So this is another scheme which DDG has started in 2007, which you call a skill development initiative. I think you are familiar with this one, under which these modules of employable skills were framed. Earlier there was more than 1100, 1200 modules were there, but now they have been rationalized. The reason, I think, do you know the reason why this rationalization has been done? No, the reason was earlier the modules were very chota. Even 60 hours, 120 hours, 180 hours, 240 hours, they are going up to 600 hours also, very few. But most of these were very small. And then these vocational training providers who were registered and authorized to do these training under these modules, they had the obligation that they must uh, find placement for the trained students. I mean, it was a part of their obligation that they train and they must see that the students get employed somewhere. Now, with 60 hours, 120 hours, 180 hours, how can you expect that a student will be capable to find an employment, good place? Even when after training 1 year or 2 years, many people are still unemployed. How after 120 hours of training you can expect that he will be employed well and get. So general impression was that period is too small, the coverage is too small, it's not good enough, it's not building enough skill to make them capable for taking any jobs. So they have rationalized, they have combined 2 3 models, related models to form one module. And each module is now minimum 500 hours plus 100 hours of employability skills, personality development, and grooming, and kind of soft skills. So this is one change which has been made. The second change which has been made is that those who provide training under this scheme, they get reimbursed the training fee. They get reimbursed from the government. Earlier it was coming from DGT, but now it has been delegated to the state government. You know what was the rate earlier? It was 15 rupees per hour per student. I think you know about this one, 15 rupees. But now it has made 20 and 25. A variation has been done. There are certain training where you need workshop and lab and this kind of facilities you need. And there are some others where only classroom lectures are there. So differentiation has been made, in one case 25 rupees and another case 20 rupees. And also there is a standing order that every financial year it will be increased by 2 rupees 50 paisa per hour. 25 rupees will become 27.50 and 20 will become 22.50 and so on, like this. Every year, 1st April financial year, beginning of financial year, it will be made. Now, one thing which I want to draw your special attention is the word RPL. This scheme was, one of the main objectives was, there are some people who have acquired skill formally, informally, of their own experience, whatever it is, but they are not certified. In fact, the NSQF also, basic ideas about this one, no matter where you learn, if you come up to that standard, you are certified to that standard, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wherever you are, irrespective of your method and the institution and the period, if you come up to that one. Here also it was that those who have acquired skills formally, informally in one way, they should be certified. And uh, so that they carry a official recognition. Unfortunately, in this during this period, since the start of the scheme, not many people under this have come. They are called as direct assessees. That means without undergoing training anywhere, they want to present themselves. Okay, I want to present myself. Please assess me. If I'm okay, give me certification. So not many people have. I have recently seen one case in Bangladesh, our neighboring country. They are stressing very much on this one, and the reason is that if people with training, without training, are recognized for the skills they have acquired and certified, they'll be able to export their manpower. They're laying a lot of interest on this one. In fact, India is in more need of this thing than even Bangladesh. Now, you know, hundreds of stories of here every day in the newspaper, people going illegally. Iraq is a special case. People have got trapped because of war and there. So, if in India can also uh, do this one a little more systematically. Certain things are going on. See, there are many organizations which are doing preparing people for finding employment abroad. But here also, one of the aims, one of the main aims of this scheme was skill development initiative was that people should get an opportunity to have their skills recognized and certified, so that they can find employment not only in India but abroad also. But I don't know, it may pick up. It has done, especially, yeah. Let me mention, Kerala has been one case where has been the maximum number of people who took advantage of recognition of prior learning and getting the skill certificate. This reminds me, almost 40 years back, there were more ITIs, maximum number of private ITIs were there in Kerala. The reason was that they will charge very high fee from the students, train them under ITA courses, good or bad, but uh, have them examined under the NCVT, get NCVT certificate, and employ them in Arab countries, Middle East countries. Employment was there, and people were ready to pay any amount of money. This will happen here also. Once a person is sure, why there was a lot of rush for people getting admission in engineering colleges, but because they knew after passing engineering college they get a good job. If there's a chance of good placement, people will pay any amount of fee. Parents will spend any amount of money. Now, here this RPL at this stage, India's only option of welfare for the people, settlement of the people is they must have the skills which can be recognized, used in India and abroad. That will cut down even this illegal kind of migration also. It will cut down if this thing can be done either in this one or NSQF, whatever the method we can. So this is what about this machine, this scheme. There are registered vocational training provider. There's a system, again, sometimes complicated, sometimes easy, and there are approved assessing bodies are there. DGT is not doing itself directly. They are like CI, FICCI, and so on. There are number of authorized agencies are there. Approved agencies are DGT, which are doing NCVT. This assessment certification is by NCVT. Training and assessment fee cost is now borne by government. Earlier, the system was that when anybody has to undergo training in this one, he has to pay the fee in the beginning, and if he is able to pass successfully, the amount of fee is refunded. But now DGT has simplified it. This is not required to be paid by the candidate. This training fee is directly reimbursed to the training provider, and the assessment fee is directly reimbursed to the assessing body. A little simplification is there. Now there are, yes. Now these are training providers have to ensure that at least 40% of them can get employed, and they has to be employment has to be watched for the at least for 3 months. So like these conditions have been made. Now this scheme is now what has been redesigned and streamlined modules are like in these sectors. Automobile, there are 9 modules. Earlier there were many. Beauty and wellness 9 modules, construction 23, electronics 7, fabrication 13, food processing and preservation 5, IT8 is 9, power generation 7, production and manufacturing 15, textile and apparel 92, and so on like this. These are the this is really a very important scheme which I think uh, can take care of large number of skill development initiative and MES courses which you have mentioned. It can take care of large number of people, which is really the need of a country like ours with huge population. Now these are just I will mention in passing only. Instructor training we mentioned earlier. We have 6 ATIs which are training instructors, stagnant at that small level of 1,000 or 1,200 trainees in a year. Now only open to private also. It is called ITAUT, Institute for Training of Trainers. 5 institutes have been affiliated. More may come. But then now there's one very much prevalent in foreign countries: apprenticeship. That means learning while you are working in industry, on the job, learning together. You get stipend. In India, this scheme has been in since 1962 under the Apprentices Act 1961. Recent data, just have a look. This is a recent data. Number of seats located. This is a system. I think you might be aware already. There is a system of assessing how many apprentices an industry should take. It depends on a certain ratio, how many workers you have. 1:7, in some cases 1:2, 1:5. If you have 14 fitters, you must have 2 apprentices. So like this, there are methods are there like this one. This is how the seats are identified. How many apprentices should be there. The seats, they called seats allocated. If you see the latest data available, 2013-14, 3,59,000 seats allocated, and actually in position about 2,11,000. So if you just run for the last about 10 years or so, it is little more or less than 2 lakh only. Now this is really a very small number again. Industry has grown very much, and then the requirement of people have also grown, but the number of apprentices are so small. There are various reasons for this one are there. But now again here DGT has taken the initiative. Very substantial changes are being made in the Apprentices Act. I'll come to that. Now here, these are the recent developments. If you have a look at the Apprentices Act, there are 37 sections are there. Now, so many sections, 13 out of those 37 sections are going to be changed, some modified to improve so that the apprenticeship scheme picks up. It becomes a little more relevant, more people can be taken in this scheme and so on like this one. The reasons are, first of all, to bring about simplification and flexibility. This is a problem with many schemes. Not enough, it's too complicated. Industry feels yaar kaam phas gaya ye. How to keep it all, and they find means how not to engage apprentices because there are problems are there. So there's a move to make it simplified, make it flexible. Then this interministerial group was there. They have suggested that the areas should be expanded. That means the Apprentices Act is now relevant for certain trades which DGT has specified. There's a large number of trades are there, but there are only few trades are there where the apprentices are actually in position. There are many other trades are there where there are no apprentices at all. They say it must be expanded, and there was a view that even BA and BCom people who undergo training in any organization should be covered by Apprentices Act. Here the advantage is that they get the stipend and then they get admission, they get certified by NCVT and so on. There are certain advantages also there, of course. Then while deciding this one, ILO made a study recently in 2013. They made comparison which what are the areas which are covered in other countries. I have just taken example of Germany and then compared with India. Now here if you see, so far as production and manufacturing is concerned, that is one area where most of the apprentices are taken in India. Whereas in a country like Germany, you have people in business and administration, production and manufacturing, civil engineering, electrical, IT, then engineering and energy process, and that is health, and then education and leisure, tourism and travel and so on. So there are a lot of areas are there where there are people employed and apprentices can be taken in those organizations which are concerned with this kind of activities. But stress in India is not so much as in case of other countries like this. So this is a report of ILO 2030. That means there is a need to expand the areas where the apprentices should be taken so that more apprentices can be engaged, can be trained, can be certified, and made skilled, fit for employment, and so on, like this. Now, while all these are the thinking that open apprenticeship to a wider area, simplify regulatory mechanism, shift responsibility to industry. Now it is shift only to the department, build flexibility, enhance monetary compensation to the. This is also one of the compensation they get stipend. Now at present, what is their compensation is not very much, 1,200 to begin with. Now many of the industries what they see is 1200 रुपए में सस्ता बंदा मिल गया. Okay, let us engage apprentices and use them as cheap labor. This was one of the complaints. So now the argument is that they must be paid at least 60 to 70% of the minimum wages of a worker so that he gets compensated adequately. Stop use of apprentices as cheap labor, enhance chances of regular employment subsequent to. And many of the industry don't want to take apprentices because they feel after completion of the training they'll be on our head for employment, but we have no jobs. So this is one of the problems. Open up possibility for upward movement educationally. If those who want to go for education, they should be allowed to do this. And then this is just I mentioned. We have an institute in Chennai, National Instructional Media Institute, set up with help from Germany. It was started in 1986. It has really developed very good material so far as skill training is concerned, but only their speed is so slow. Then we have Research and Development Institute in Kolkata, Central Staff Training and Ways and so on. And currently, mostly this revision of syllabus, curriculum, and coordinating that part of the job. Then there are recent new initiatives are there. The Mentor Council for this one, 6388. Now, distance learning. This also thought has come, and these facilities have been utilized in NITTTR, Chandigarh, Bhopal, Chennai for training of ITI faculty, so that through this ITIs can be trained. Then incubation centers, IIT Madras also going to be there for providing the facilities which they have to ITI pass outs, so that some good people can incubation can be done. Then capacity building of principals of ITIs. Certain programs have been done in very prime institutions like IIM, Ahmedabad, Lucknow, Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad, Delhi, so on. So many, about 820 principals have been trained. Recognition of prior learning I mentioned. This also I mentioned higher employment potential, specially designed courses which can be done, and the any questions welcome. But then so far as mapping etc. you say and NSQF is concerned, I mean nothing has been officially released from DGT, although they might have done internal working. Then that's it.
Thank you for giving details about the schemes which are being run by DGT. Now I will like to connect with the centers to know their queries and the questions which can be answered by Mr. Sethi. Now I will request Baba Hira Singh Baddal, Principal of Engineering and Technology.
Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon, sir.
Baba Hira Singh Baddal, Institute of Engineering and Technology.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Are you listening to us?
Sir, voice is not so clear. Sir,
Please speak loudly.
sir, little bit interruption is there.
Okay. Do you have any question from our learned speaker?
Uh, the question is when the student switch from the 10th class, after
Yes.
that, from the villagers, we are expecting the students, they can just get in the vocational courses that should be in Punjabi or Hindi medium. But they switch in
Okay.
the English medium. That is very difficult for the students to grab each and everything in the
Okay. Thank
polytechnic.
you very much. I will ask Mr. Sethi to reply this.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The question is that the students who are from villages, they are not able to understand English, and there should be greater opportunity for the village children to get education training in local languages.
Now, so far as ITI courses are there, and in other schemes also, which for which DGT is responsible, the training and examination is in the local language. I mean, they can be taught in their local language, and even examination they can answer in their local language. This is permitted under DGT
But
schemes.
that is okay, sir.
Thank you very
But
much.
if I'm talking about the polytechnics,
Yeah,
in the polytechnics,
polytechnic, you know,
the curriculum that
polytechnic
is
also,
designed.
as you know very well, that in polytechnic we have medium of instruction English, but teacher use local language also for explaining the things, and it's a policy of all the states that as regards the instruction, medium of instruction for polytechnic is there, it is a English language.
Thank you very much, sir.
Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College. Yeah,
Hello.
Vidya Bhavan, good
Yes, sir.
afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Do you have any question from the learner speaker, Shri Sethi?
Yes, please. Yes, sir. Sir, IMC plays important role in infrastructure development and on-the-spot decision. But there
Please,
is
please speak again.
IMC plays important role in infrastructure development and on-spot decision. But there is like the IMC running courses in self-finance mode, and these self-finance courses are burden on poor students and needy students. How can
Please repeat your question again.
the question is that how a poor student can get a good education in IMC? Yeah, I can hear. Right. Hello.
Yeah,
Actually, there, there is no bar on getting any type of qualification. This I can give example of DGT schemes which I mentioned about skill development initiative. Even those who are fifth class pass, there are opportunity for them to acquire skills in certain areas.
as regards the financial condition, financial aspect is concerned, the fees of ITI or the trainings which are provided in ITI is not very high, and there are schemes by which they can have support from the banks also. Yeah, any other question?
Sir, one question.
Yeah,
How to become a VTP?
yeah.
How to become vocational training professional? How to become VTP, vocational
No,
training professional?
Yeah.
no, if you no, there are two types are there. If you want to open an ITI, then there is a system for accreditation by Quality Council of India. And if you want to enter into what is called as vocational training provider, where the short module 500-hour courses can be done, this is called as vocational training providers, for which the recognition is done by the concerned state government. For example, in Punjab, Directorate of Technical Education and Industrial Training, they are responsible. They have a certain system, and which is not very complicated. It's a very easy one, and you can apply to that one online and get recognition as vocational training provider and run these courses.
Okay, thank you very much. Firoz Gandhi Engineering College. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah, please. Yeah.
No question, sir. No question.
Okay. Thank you. Firoz Gandhi Engineering College. Firoz Gandhi Engineering College. They are not there. Gamla Institute Jamnanagar. Yeah. Gamla Institute Jamnanagar. Yes. Gamla Institute Jamnanagar. Do you have any question?
No question, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Northern India Technical Campus. Good afternoon to you. Do you have any question from the to the
Yes,
eminent
sir.
speakers?
Yes, sir. I have two questions. Is it audible, sir? Am I
Yes,
not?
yes, yes, please.
Yes, first. To my first question to Sethi sir is, what is the role of incubation center, sir?
Okay,
What is the role of incubation centers?
okay. Incubation.
Yeah, incubation centers are already existing in institutes like IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur, and Bombay. These facilities are proposed to be utilized by DGT, where at any point of time, 30 ITI selected students can do innovation, or they can be trained in how to start enterprises and so on. And for utilizing these facilities, DGT has paid 2.5 crore rupees already to each of these IITs, these IITs, so for utilizing their facilities. And there will be these ITI students will be mentored by IITs in their incubation centers.
Yeah, second question, please.
Second, yes, sir. Sir, there are two sectors, organized sector and unorganized sector. So far as unorganized sector is concerned, there is a number of population who are depending on their traditional professionals. Like because, for example, carpenter son choosing that their family profession only carpentry, like electrician only. They are doing very good well to the best satisfaction of the public. But how to increase their skill by bringing to the national fold? Scheme for that through IGT.
The thing is that I agree with you that large number of apprentices are there in the families, and they get the non-formal way. They get the skills from their father or other relations, and we will have to make extra efforts that they come in the mainstream and get their skills tested and get certified so that they can have uh, jobs in the organized sector.
And I think they will definitely get advantage of what they already know because recognition of the existing skill is there. If they will be getting, they will be benefited more.
Yeah, recognition of skills I mentioned is available under the scheme skill development initiative of DGT, where the skills acquired by anybody can be assessed. He can approach, the candidate can approach, get it assessed and certified. Once he is certified, hopefully his chances for employment will increase. And this has happened in some of the states.
Oh, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for patiently listening. Us SSM, SSM College, yeah, SSM College, Srinagar, Srinagar, yeah, SSM College, Srinagar. Do you have any question from the learned speaker, please? Yes, SSM College, Srinagar. Any clarification or any doubt which you like to get clarified from the eminent speaker? Yes, SSM College, Srinagar. Okay, thank you very much for uh, attending the program.